We start on Happy Hour Friday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN with a putrid effort from the New Orleans Saints last night. Actually, I wouldn't say putrid. Their defense hung in there for about as long as they could. But holy mackerel, you want to talk about bad quarterback play. What the hell was that from Taysom Hill last night? 19 of 41 he was in the game last night. Holy smokes, that was bad. The Cowboys beat the Saints last night. They pull away and have got themselves now 3 games up in the division over Philadelphia. They put themselves up by a couple of games over Washington as well. And we'll take a look at the standings here, what that means for everybody. Dallas is now 8-4, so 3 full games up on Philadelphia in the East. So your path to the NFC East is essentially null and void, you would say. Washington is 2.5 games back. They are 3 in the win column. They are 2 in the loss column. But what it did last night in the playoff, when we take a look at the playoff thing, if New Orleans would have won the game last night, they would have been the 7th seed. It's amazing. They win, they would have been in the playoffs. A loss last night, they have now fallen all the way down to the number 12 spot in the NFC playoff race. So they are 5-7. They sit behind Carolina and Philadelphia due to tie-breaking scenarios. Philadelphia beat New Orleans head-to-head. So did Carolina. So New Orleans is now 12th. Carolina is 11th. Philadelphia is 10th. Atlanta 9, Minnesota 8, and Washington sits there at number 7. What's going on, everybody? Happy Hour Friday has arrived. And I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show, and you out there as we get ready for what should be a fun Friday show. Sal Palantonio joins me, Mike McGarry this hour. Also, Adam Kaplan for football at 4. And later on tonight, One Thought every game, Casey Joyner, Jeff Kerr as well. We got a lot of football on the plate today. And I want to start with the game last night because Taysom Hill was awful last night. I mean, he was dreadful. That was not an NFL quarterback that you saw last night. The Saints have the amazing ability to have 2 non-NFL quarterbacks play games for them. I don't know who's worse, Simeon or Hill. I really don't. I would imagine Simeon is a better thrower than Hill. Hill had the finger problem last night. I guess he has a injured mallet finger. That's how bad Simeon is. That this guy Hill couldn't throw last night at all. They had his finger taped up on his throwing hand, for God's sakes. And yet they still felt that he gave them a better chance to win the game last night. Look, the Saints had chance after chance after chance to win that game last night. I mean, if you're a Dallas fan last night, I don't know if you leave that game thinking, whew, thank God we got out of that one with a win. Did you leave impressed with that victory last night? You know, Dallas got themselves a lot more of their players back. I mean, they did have Cooper back last night. They had Lamb back last night. And defensively, the kid Parsons, by the way, he's going to be a problem for a while. That kid is unbelievable, man. He is all over the place. You just hope that with most things Dallas Cowboys, the coaching staff doesn't ruin them. Just use the guy. Use the guy the way he's supposed to be used. I thought the Dallas game plan last night was wretched. They were terrible. Their offensive game plan last night was awful. The Cowboys. I mean, the Cowboys did everything they could to try to keep a bad scene. Taysom Hill was 19 of 41 and almost threw for 300 yards in the game last night. He threw 4 interceptions last night, but he ran 11 times for 100 yards, and that's essentially why they had a shot to win the game. They couldn't run the ball otherwise. Ingram had 10 for 28. They couldn't throw the ball, so they essentially had no offense other than Hill just running around and making stuff happen. Meanwhile, for the Cowboys side of things, Kellen Moore had an awful game plan last night. He literally tried to coach them out of winning that game late. In fact, they gave the ball back to the Saints multiple times with a chance to put that game away, and Hill threw interceptions. You have Tony Pollard, who had 10 yards a carry. Now, a lot came on the 58-yard run, but for whatever reason, the Dallas Cowboys have decided that running up the middle was the correct way to go after the Saints defense last night. They ran the ball to the outside, Pollard 58 yards. They ran the ball to the outside and were ripping off 7-8-yard runs, and yet they decided that let's just hand the ball up off the middle. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking last night. And then at late in the game, you're thinking, just run the ball, run the clock out. And Prescott threw an interception. He had the ball batted. It just was an ugly game last night. Hill was so bad last night in the game. But the Cowboys did what, look, I don't care how you win the game. If you're a Cowboys fan, don't apologize for getting a victory. You got the win. You moved on. You separated the division by 2.5 games over Washington, 3 games over Philadelphia. You moved on a Thursday night on the road and won. So kudos to them. That's all you need to do. Was it the most impressive victory I've ever seen? Absolutely not. But they got it done, but definitely cracks in the armor over there. No question about it. The Cowboys' offensive game plan. Look, we've talked about it a lot on this show. The Dallas Cowboys over the years have had the most talented team in the division. The Cowboys have been better than Philadelphia's roster. They've been better than New York's roster. They've been better than Washington's roster, probably since going back to 2018. Every single year, 18, 19, 20, and now 21. Dallas has had the best roster. They've also had the worst coaching. And when you have the worst coaching and the best roster, it is as Steve Young described the other night on Monday Night Football, they have routinely for 25 years, 30 years, 26 years, whatever it is since their last Super Bowl championship, have been an underachieving franchise. And it's because they are poorly coached. And evidence of that again last night. And the Cowboy fan out there might say, well, they won the game by 10. That game should have been 40-7 last night. That's how bad the Saints were. That is how bad the Saints were last night. They played like a team that was asking to get beat 40-7. And that game was close late in that game. The only reason it was 27-7, Hill throws that pick late in the game. They return it for a touchdown. And then he follows it up with another interception. My God. That was some bad NFL quarterback play by Taysom Hill last night. 609-403-0973. Mike Kellen Moore knew the Saints offense couldn't score points, so it was okay to run the ball up the middle and not turn the ball over. I would agree with what you're saying if that's what happened. They ran the ball once and then they threw it twice. They ran the ball once and then threw the ball twice with like 6 minutes left in the game and gave the ball right back to them. I would understand what you're saying. I kept saying, why don't they just run the ball out? I don't care at that point of the game when they had the lead, just run the ball up the middle, run the clock. And they weren't even doing it then. They were trying to throw the ball up 10. They're up 20-10, essentially. It felt like they were up 20-10 like the whole second half, and that the Saints just couldn't do anything. And I'm thinking they ran the ball up the middle once on first down, then they throw the ball twice, and then they had to punt the ball right back, and the Saints would get the ball, and then they turn it right back over. So valid statement by you that the Saints couldn't score points, but that's not the way that the Cowboys were running their offense. They handed the ball off once and then threw it the second and third down plays, and they ended up punting it away. The 3rd down and 4 late in the game, all they have to do is pitch it to Pollard outside. They probably get the first down. And what happens? The ball gets batted down by the lineman there, and they have to punt it. They punt it right back to the Saints, and then the Saints turn it over again. And then what was the play? Josh, do you remember the play where Peyton didn't challenge the call? They ended up getting the ball back, but it really shifted the field position battle.
You mean in the second half with the turnover that wasn't the turnover?
Yeah, there was a play that was obvious should have been challenged by the Saints. They didn't challenge it. Now, they ended up getting the ball back,
Right.
but it shifted the field position. There were 2 plays in that game last night that really changed some things. I thought that not challenge shifted the field position. And then the other one, who knows what would have happened. But it was the one play that the Saints actually completed a pass, and they got called for that blindside block.
Which was really a weird call because the flag came in late, remember?
Well, not only did it come in late, they called it a blindside block when the guy was right in front of the running back's face.
Right.
Even Troy Aikman, who tries really hard not to cheer for the Cowboys. I mean, I don't one of these guys that say, hey, you're such a, the announcers hate my team.
Right.
But even Aikman was like, that was a really bad call. And I say it was a bad call, and it affected the game because it was actually a play that the Saints got a first down on, which was rare in the game, it felt like last night, unless Hill took off and ran. So they completed a pass, and then they called him for the blindside block. It was a terrible call in the game. I mean, they didn't lose the game because of that, but it's just another example of these referees make a lot of mistakes. They're not always against your team, Dallas, honk out there. We hear so much the referees are always against the Cowboys. No, they're just bad for everybody. And that play last night was an example because that was a clear not penalty. They called the penalty, and it really just stalled out their offense.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like you mentioned earlier, Mike, you have 2 teams that come in and the thing that they do best, and then they both got away from it for various reasons. And honestly, I thought that game was an example of a team in the Cowboys that showed you how limited they are. Because for all the talent they have, they still only won by basically 10 points. And one of the points was a defensive score.
Well, where do you think they're limited? To me, I've been saying this for years. They have the best talent. They have the best skill position players. That's obvious.
Yes.
But I've been saying this for a while now. I think they're the worst coach team in the league under Garrett. Yes. Under Garrett, they were so poorly coached.
By far.
I would say McCarthy puts them in like the bottom half.
I mean, he's definitely an improvement.
And I know he wasn't coaching last night. I'm saying, I think that's my thing. Garrett was the worst coach in the league. They were the worst staff in football.
Right.
They were the least prepared team in the NFL. They had the best roster and the worst preparation. That showed on the field that they were just basically an average team. That's how talented they were, that they were able to win half their games with Jason Garrett as their coach.
Right.
McCarthy, to me, is just like a middle of the pack to the back of the pack.
McCarthy's an average head coach in the NFL.
Right. He's a middle guy. That being said, this is where I think the Cowboys are, why they are what they are, is their offensive line is severely overrated. People look at their line like they have this line like they had in 1993 blocking for Emmitt Smith. And they just don't have that good of an offensive line.
Mike, you said it yesterday. They haven't been the same since Travis Frederick retired.
Their guards, their interior guards are not very good. Smith is constantly hurt. Smith, to me, is their version of like Brandon Brooks. When he's out there, he's an all-pro. He's the best guy there is at that position. But you can't rely on him anymore. He's just constantly hurt. He's constantly banged up. And you got to go into the season now saying, I can't depend on Tyron Smith being out there for 16 games. So when you look at their offensive line, you have to take that into consideration that their line, their center stinks. Their 2 interior guards are average at best. Their tackles constantly hurt. Their line is average. That's their issue. That's where their issue is. They've got great skill players. I thought Dak played mediocre last night. He's not, for whatever reason, he's not the same guy that he has been. The last 3 weeks, I feel like Dak has been a little shaky. But the offensive line is where the Cowboys have been. Look at it like this. The Philadelphia Eagles have basically no skill position talent. They have a rookie wide receiver. They've got a good tight end. And other than that, they don't have a whole heck of a lot. Their quarterback is a young kid who's just figuring it out. They've got the number 2 and 3 receivers. You got a 6th-round draft choice out there in a second year, just kind of figuring things out. You got a 1st-round pick who's been a total busteroni. But why can the Eagles compete? They have the best offensive line in football. The Cowboys are the exact opposite. They've got all the skill position glitz and glamour. People look at that team and say, man, they're way better than everybody else in the East. And the only reason they should be 5-6 games ahead of everybody in this division, the only reason they're not is their offensive line is just average. Their offensive line is average.
I have another reason why they are where they are as well, on top of that. There were times last night that Dak had protection. There were times that Dak had 2, 3, 4 seconds to throw. But the Saints defense had guys covered. I think Kellen Moore is getting predictable. I think they're lacking creativity in this offense. I think a lot of times, if I'm watching on TV and I'm able to predict some of the routes, what do you think a defensive coordinator who spends his entire life studying him is going to do?
Right, exactly. No, I think that Kellen Moore, I think as the offensive coordinator, had a bad game plan last night. That's where I started this with. I thought their game plan was not very good last night. Rich from the Crest says, Mike, Dallas is a lot of good athletes. They just don't have the right coaches. They haven't had the right coach since Landry. Now, I don't think that's fair. Jimmy Johnson won a bunch of Super Bowls for them.
Sure, and they built Parcells after that too, remember?
Yeah, but they had the second-rate version of Parcells.
The second-rate version of Parcells is better than half the league now.
That's half the league now. Yeah, you're talking about a different game, but yes. But to make that guy's point, I mean, to me, that has been Dallas's biggest problem over the last X amount of years. Garrett was definitively the worst coach in football, and now they just have an average guy. They have way too much talent to be hanging around that game last night. They have way too much talent for this season to be where it is for them. I get it. They've had a lot of injury issues. They've had some issues. So does everybody else.
Exactly.
The Saints last night had all the injuries in the world. They're on their 3rd quarterback. They had both their starting tackles out of the game last night. Alvin Kamara, have you heard of him? He didn't play last night either. And they were still in that game with a guy who essentially they pulled off the playground to play quarterback last night.
And by the way, that was probably the worst game I've ever seen Sean Payton coach. I mean, literally, you have a guy.
His hands are so tied.
But, you have a guy who literally he's good at one thing. And you barely had him do the one thing he's good at.
Well, he ran 11 times for 100 yards last night.
Should have ran 22, double that number.
Yeah, he did throw 41 times last night.
Why is he throwing over 40 times?
I don't know, man. Every time he went back to throw, I was like, I was watching the game with my girlfriend. I said, oh, my God, this guy is horrendous. He's so bad. Like, she was laughing at the poor guy.
Well, at least
he had a splint on his finger, for God's sakes.
Yeah. And did you hear Sean Payton's explanation after the game? He said after the game, well, once he got the splint on his finger, we felt that he was good. Like, I'm sorry. The dude has a splint on his throwing hand.
I mean, Aikman even brought it up. He's like, I got to imagine throwing the ball with a splint on your finger has got to be pretty challenging. I like everybody in the audience to put a splint on their finger and go try to chuck it around the backyard when you get home tonight and tell me how accurate and how much spin you can get on that thing.
Throw it 40 times and let me know.
Holy mackerel. I'm thinking, what are they doing? And look, he had his hands tied with Taysom Hill last night a little bit, but then you're right. He throws the ball 41 times. I don't get it.
And the other thing
by the way, not having Kamara for that team,
it definitely
especially when Hill's the back.
Yeah.
If Hill's the quarterback with Kamara, that sets up RPO. That sets up a lot of, dump offs out of the backfield. When they don't have Kamara and Hill's the quarterback, well, you don't have the dump off out of the backfield. Mark Ingram is not a receiving back. He had one catch for -2 yards last night.
But guess what? We talked about this yesterday with Tebow. Remember the Broncos built an offense around Tebow at one point. It was just a power run game. They still won the time of possession last night, and they threw the ball 40 times. Yeah. If you cut that number down and run the ball more, you keep the ball away from Dallas's offense. You have the ball in your hands longer, and you basically tell Dallas, we know you can stop the quarterback in the passing, but can you stop him in the run game?
Glenn from EHT hits us up on the text board. He said, you guys tried to sell me Taysom Hill sock yesterday, saying how much better of a thrower he was than Tebow. The fact that he hurt his finger gives him an excuse for his bad play last night, but that's exactly what I expected from Hill. Tebow would have been better. Hill is not a starting quarterback in this league, period. Now, Glenn, I will agree with you 1,000% with that. Taysom Hill is not a starting level quarterback in this league. Nobody is trying to sell you that he's a starting level quarterback in this league. But
nobody said that.
I would say that he was a better option than Trevor Siemian was until he hurt his finger last night and just couldn't throw the ball at all. Hill, to me, like, you go back to some games that Hill has won, okay? Go back to a couple games that Hill has won. I would like to see what his throwing numbers were in games that he has won, because last night he ran the ball 11 times for 100 yards. That adds to what he really does. But I'm interested to see, like last year in 2020, he played 3 games. He was 28 of 38 for 91 yards. He completed 73% of his passes in that game. In the game against the Falcons, he was 27 of 37 for completing 73% of his passes with 2 touchdowns. Passer rating 107. So in the game against Atlanta, 18 of 23, 78 completion percentage. He actually could throw the ball when he doesn't have a split on his finger. I mean, come on, dude. Like, yeah, Hill has played quarterback. He completed 72% of his passes last season. Now, a lot of those are 1 for 1, 1 for 1. But in the games where he was just the quarterback, 28 of 38, 27 of 37, 18 for 23. That's a capable passer.
And in those 3 games combined, he only had 1 interception.
Right. He threw 2 touchdowns in the one game,
2 in another,
2 touchdowns in the other game, and 2 touchdowns in the third game. I'm telling you, I'm not saying he's a starting quarterback. That's not what the potion that I'm trying to sell you here. But what I'm saying is he is a more capable guy than Siemian is.
And that's why I blame
he
Sean
adds
Payton.
the element. Siemian had no athletic ability at all. He was a drop back passer first and foremost. This guy can move. He adds the element of running. And when he doesn't have a splint on his finger, he has proven in the past. I don't know what games you've watched of him in the past, Glenn. You're trying to tell, and I'm not a Tebow hater by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I'm the Tebow hater.
Hill is a better thrower of the football than Tebow is. Sorry to tell you. You're wrong on that, Glenn.
And the biggest problem with Tebow was Tebow's windup took so long. You can go get a sandwich from the fridge and come back, he'd still be throwing.
Now, I will say this about Hill. I don't know how well he reads defenses, his progressions. I do know about Sean Payton. He probably says, hey, this guy's going to be open, throw him the ball, and Hill can do that. I mean, he could get the ball out of his hand, accurately throw a pass. He could not accurately throw a pass with any zip on it last night.
The other thing is, the big other problem, Mike, last night, remember, they've given him a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand that whole aspect of it. Now, there's a lot of contingencies on him playing quarterback and what money he makes if he's the quarterback as opposed to if he's not the quarterback. But I don't know where they would look. What is he? He's a great weapon to have on your team, and then say we have a third quarterback on our roster so that we don't have to activate a third guy if we ever need an emergency situation. Right. We always have that guy. But to pay him to be the quarterback, which they didn't really do, the contract's very unique.
Yeah, the contract basically is set up that he gets paid one salary if he's the starter for X number of games. He's paid another salary, lesser salary, if he's just the backup.
Yeah, he started 3 games last year, or 4 maybe. Was it 3 or 4? He was 3-1 as the starting quarterback.
Overall, yeah.
The one game he started was the game when Denver had to start the wide receiver.
Correct.
And he was 9 of 16 in that game.
Yeah, they didn't do much in that game.
No. But the 3 other games that he played quarterback, he completed 73%, 73%, and 78%. And it wasn't like he threw the ball 10 times. He threw the ball 38 times, 37 times, and 23 times in those games. He is a capable backup player. I'm agreeing with you, Glenn. I don't think he's a starting level quarterback in this league. And as much as I'm a Tebow, I don't hate the guy. I think you could win if you create an offense for his skill set. Hill's a better option at quarterback than Tebow is.
But guess what? Last night, that wasn't the best offense for Hill.
No, that was not. And by the way, he was playing with a splint on his finger,
which is even more reason not to throw the ball.
God. All right, Sports Bash is live. A lot of text messages on that. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Listen to the show on your mobile app. Well, you can DM us through the phone, and we'll read off those messages throughout the day as well. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live. Mike McGarry joins me in 15 minutes. Don't go away. We're back. I'll read off more of your texts, your quotes, your comments, all of it here on the Sports Bash as the Eagles get ready to take on the Jets on Sunday. 2:31 on a happy hour Friday. What's going down, everybody? Happy hour Friday. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. What are you having on this happy hour Friday? You can always hit us up with that at 609-403-0973. I always like good suggestions for the happy hour Friday concoction of your choice. 609-403-0973. Over on the free mobile app, you're listening to the show on the app. You can message us through the DM function on the app. Curtis in Mays Landing says, how can you call Dallas guards average at best when Zach Martin hasn't allowed a sack since week 14 of 2018? Well, here's what I would say to that, Curtis. There are two things that have to happen for an offensive lineman. Zach Martin is a good guard in pass protection. If you watched them try to run the ball last night between the guard tackle, between the center guard area, Zach Martin, the center, what's his name? What's the center's name for Dallas? Josh. Who's the center? What's the center's name for Dallas? Tyler Badaz, right?
I want to make sure I'm pronouncing his last name correctly.
And McGovern, at the other guard, McGovern stinks.
McGovern's garbage.
He's horrible. Martin's decent. I'm not saying Martin stinks. I'm saying as a unit, the interior part of their line. So what's the gentleman's name who Curtis in Mays Landing? Martin's a good pass protector. He's just okay in run blocking.
Well, the problem, Martin, is the injuries have diminished some of his skill. And that's part of the problem for him.
Right. He used to be one of the best in the league. But at 31 years old now, he's been hurt a lot.
Multiple knee
injuries. Seeing that Martin is no longer the same player that he was. Here's the problem with the Cowboys fans. You know, it's not 1993 every single year. These guys get older and they diminish and they get injured. And Zach Martin, you're giving me this number, from 2018, and I don't even know that that's accurate. I'll just take your word for it. If he hasn't given up a sack since 2018, that's great. But if you watch Cowboy games and watch their interior line, that's where their problem is. Their center's horrible. McGovern's terrible. And that doesn't mean Martin's awful. It's just by proxy, the interior of their line is their weak spot.
Correct.
So I'm not saying that, Martin, he might be an all-pro this year. I don't think he's playing like an all-pro. But the point I'm making is they're two guard center. Those three in the middle of their line, that's where their issue is. They are not very good in the interior of their line. And then you mix in that Smith has constantly been hurt for them, that they have problems on the outside. So, yeah, Martin is a good player. He's not horrible. McGovern stinks, and so does the center.
Tyler Badaz.
Yeah, that's what I said, Badaz.
According to this pronunciation, it's Badaz.
Whatever. He stinks.
But then again, I don't know how much I can trust Pro Football Reference because of pronunciations. So.
It's fine. I think that
whoever,
most Cowboy fans would agree that the center spot is a issue for them since Frederick left. I talked about that yesterday. Connor McGovern, the guard, he is not very good.
I still don't understand why they insist on McGovern continuing to be the guard. Like, you're telling me you couldn't find somebody else better?
Third-round pick might have something to do with it. I don't know.
I mean, they drafted Connor Williams years ago, and I always thought he would be a better guard than tackle, but they keep insisting on putting McGovern out there. So I don't fully understand it.
Yeah. Well, that's where to me, that's where I think they're the weakest, is in the interior of their line. That is where they have taken a big, I don't want to say a step back. They are what they are. They're, I have, of all people, I have been one of the people who have been fooled by the Cowboys roster way too many times the last 4 years. I've had them number one in my Fine Five. I've constantly had them as the playoff team out of the NFC East. So I have been someone who has had the wool pulled over my eyes by this team one too many times. That being said, they're still the most talented roster in the NFC.
And they should be playing better than they are. And part of it's because of the coaching, and part of it's because of the injuries.
And part of it's because this division stinks.
Doesn't help.
All right, Mike McGarry's coming up on the other side. Taysom Hill was so bad last night. 19 of 41. 19 of 41, an NFL quarterback last night. All right, we'll look at the NFC East this weekend. Baseball has a lockout. Gentlemen texted in thoughts on MLB lockout. I hope they get it settled. I talked about this a little yesterday. I'll give you a quick thought on this MLB lockout. Here's two things that are not being taken under account. One, the regional networks are hemorrhaging money, and they support a lot of these baseball teams. That's a problem. The players think the owners have all this money coming in, which they do, but that money's not going to be there forever because these regional networks are in some trouble. Two, the big sticking point that I think is going to be a problem. The owners, the agents want these younger players to make money sooner. The owners are saying, we don't want to pay these guys sooner. Arbitration, all that stuff. And the agents want these young players getting paid more money earlier. I don't see that moving. So you're going to have a stare down here for a while. My thought. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He joins me on the other side. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan open in Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. Next to Home Depot, online, mattblattnissan.com. All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. A lot to discuss last night. We saw the Cowboys win. That kind of puts the NFC East out of range for probably everybody, unless Washington can win both of their games against the Cowboys coming up. That was a much-needed win for the boys last night. And we'll get into the NFC East and more. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is here on a happy hour Friday. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Everything's good, my man. We got a lot to dive into here. Dallas last night, I thought it was kind of Taysom Hill just not capable.
Yeah, exactly. Dallas got the win, so they kind of stopped the bleeding or plug the hole in their transmission fluid line that they were leaking all over Dallas and New Orleans. But I didn't come away impressed by the Cowboys in that game. I think you're right. New Orleans played horribly. Dallas was able to take advantage, and I didn't see Dallas really run the ball effectively, except for the one run that they broke for a touchdown. And the Dallas, I continue to say this, Prescott has not looked right since he came back, since he hurt his calf up in New England, and their passing game has not clicked the way it did early in the season. So although the Cowboys get that win, and unless, like you said, the Washington football team is ready to run the table, Dallas is going to win that division. But I certainly don't have any faith in Dallas going into the playoffs the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, that team seems to be, you've got the Green Bay, you got Tampa Bay in the NFC, you got Arizona. I think Dallas is clearly the fourth guy. Although, I mean, they do have a lot of injuries. They've been missing some guys.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the weapons, and they played well early in the season, and maybe it's a case they're able to clinch and get some people rest. Obviously they haven't said anything about Prescott, but to me, and they're on TV every week, so you can't help but watch them. He has not looked right since he hurt his calf against the Patriots, and I don't think they played that great since that game either. So maybe they clinch early and he can get healthy and they can get it back for the postseason. But right now, they don't look as good as they did early in the season, and I would agree with you. They're a notch below those. Are they a team that I would think is capable of winning 3 or 4 in a row in the playoffs? No, right now.
Mike, do you see a path to victory for the Jets this weekend? And if you do, what is it?
Sure. I mean, the Jets' defense is not bad. The Jets have a good defense. They're playing at home, so you see their defense causing the Eagles' offense some problems. I mean, the Eagles' offense is not exactly coming off a performance where they looked like the Don Coryell Chargers, right? They didn't look good last week. Who knows who their quarterback's going to be this week? Hurts says he's wants to play, but Sirianni today doesn't commit to either guy. So you could see Minshew for the first time all season. So the scenario is that the Jets defense goes in there, gives the Eagles offense a hard time, and then the Jets offensively with Wilson at quarterback figure out a way to score enough points, much the way the Giants did, to win that game. So the scenario is you turn on your TV Sunday at 1 and you're watching a repeat of what happened last Sunday at 1.
Yeah, that whole story with what's going on with the quarterback situation, I do find murky, although I go back to training camp when Sirianni wouldn't commit to Hurts either when it was apparent he was going to be the starter. So is he just trying to play some, hey, we're not telling you who our quarterback is?
Right. Some mind games there. Maybe they're trying to keep it open, make the Jets prepare for both guys. You would think the way that Hurts spoke this week, he seemed pretty intent on playing. He seemed to indicate that he was pretty healthy. So maybe Sirianni just trying to keep his options open, play some mind games with the Jets, make them prepare for either guy, basically.
Yeah, by the way, Jordan Howard out for the game. Boston Scott still questionable. So no Howard again this week. He did announce that today, but he did not commit to anybody. He was asked about the first team snap distributions this week, and he kind of was non-committal on that too.
Yeah, and that's the other key. The guys you mentioned there who are injured, that's the other case. I mean, you got a banged up Eagles team going in there, and the other case of it is just the math, kind of the market correction. I mean, how many games are the Jets going to win? Well, you figure they're going to win 3 or 4. Well, this is one of the 3 or 4 that they can win at home against the Eagles, basically.
That would not be good. All right, let's go to the Giants. It looks like Daniel Jones will not play. He's got this neck problem, and you got neck problems. That could be a career type of conversation.
Yeah, it's it's a concerning injury, and and he does take some hits back there, and he's taken some big hits this season. I really have no faith in the Giants at all this week. They're coming off last week's win where they just kind of, they tried to figure out a way to give the Eagles the game. They asked the Eagles to beat them every which way they could. The Eagles couldn't do it. And the Giants are playing a Miami Dolphins team that's actually playing pretty well and is on the upswing here. So I don't see this as a positive week for the Giants basically at all.
All right. Washington also, they've got a tough one with Vegas, but are we taking Washington serious?
I think you got to take them seriously. This is a key game for me with Washington right now. If they win this Sunday, then you can take them seriously. If they lose this Sunday, then I believe they're 3 games back in the division. I know they've got the 2 games with Dallas, but that's still tough math to make up and stuff like that. So much like I thought last week, where if the Eagles had beaten the Giants, then you can say, hey, maybe they're in position to chase down Dallas and make a run at this division title, a Dallas team that's leaking oil. Well, this is the case with the Washington football team this Sunday. If they win Sunday, hey, you got to open up your eyes and pay attention. If they lose, throw them back in the pile with the 5 and 7 teams and let them sort themselves out for the number 7 seed.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Back on Wednesday after we spoke, the Phillies signed reliever Corey Knebel. How do you envision him being used in this bullpen? The 1 year, $10 million kind of says to me, Mike, they're trying to get a closer at a discounted rate.
Well, and Dave Dombrowski was quoted as saying that he thinks that Corey Knebel can be the closer. Now, I think they're going to try him in that role. I would like a guy who was perhaps a little bit more of a sure thing. To me, Knebel, although he pitched well last year, you have the injury history where he missed all of the year before. He had 39 saves a couple of years ago. Then he had 16, didn't pitch well. He's certainly not a sure thing in that spot, but the Phillies are kind of banking on him. And I guess the other thing that signing did was it makes their fans at least breathe a little easier during this lockout, that at least they got somebody. Everybody was signing somebody. The Phillies were just adding guys, that we had never heard of, to their 40-man roster. At least they've got somebody, and at least they've addressed the bullpen somewhat. But, I'm not 100% sold on, let's face facts. That bullpen door swings open April 3rd of next year, and he comes out, Phillies leading 3-2 to protect a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 9th against the Atlanta Braves. I mean, what's your confidence level? Mine is certainly not high at that point. You're gonna have to show me for me to believe it.
I want to get your thoughts on the college football weekend. What is your ideal weekend? Do you want chaos, or do you want the blue bloods and the best possible matchups?
Yeah, I'm interested for college football because you got different sort of teams involved this year. You don't have Clemson. Alabama's kind of in a shaky spot. You've got Michigan in there. I'd like to see some. I'd like to see some chaos go on. I'd like to see the upsets and see what happens. But I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see like chaos, and then does Notre Dame get in with this new coach? To Cincinnati, is Cincinnati able to win? I just think there's a lot of interesting storylines out there, with Michigan and Harbaugh back in, and does Alabama, if they lose with 2 losses, do they get in? How close does their game with Georgia have to be? So I'm actually interested in those 4 teams, in what happens this weekend and what 4 teams get in, because it's a different story.
What if Alabama loses? Do they still have a shot to get in if it's close with Georgia?
It's tough. I would say no, and I don't think the committee has ever put a 2-loss team in, even though and I run into this with doing, not to compare it, I run into this to doing high school rankings. Sometimes, if Ohio State or Cincinnati, Ohio State was playing Cincinnati, Alabama was playing Cincinnati, and somebody put a gun to your head and said, pick me the winner, we're picking Alabama and Ohio State to beat Cincinnati.
Right.
But should Cincinnati get into the playoffs ahead of Ohio State now? Yes. And should they get in ahead of Alabama if Alabama loses to Georgia? Yes. So it's not always a clear-cut question of which team is better. But that's what makes it, so good and open for debate. I'd like to see them go to the 12 teams and just make the winners of the 5 power conferences get automatic bids, and then put the 7 at-large teams in there. And then I think you get a really good tournament, and you'd have some emphasis on winning the conference title, because if you win the conference title, you'd be automatically in, basically.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. We do have 2 high school football teams still alive and still playing this weekend.
Yeah, great high school football season comes to an end. Saturday night, we've got Cedar Creek against Woodrow Wilson in the Group 3 regional title game. Sunday, we've got Millville and Winslow Township in the South Central Group 4 regional title game. This is the season-ending games for this season. Next year, these games will be state semifinals, as we have finals in public school football for the first time. But this season, this is where the season ends, and a lot on the line. The number 1 spot in South Jersey is on the line. Cedar Creek's got a chance to go 13-0. Millville's got a chance to go 12-1. And these teams have had great seasons, and they've already won championships. But Mike, nobody wants to lose that last game they play, no matter what you won before. If you're a senior, I got a story coming out in the paper tomorrow, online later today, talking to Cedar Creek. They lost this game in 2019, and they remember how their seniors felt losing that last game. Nobody wants to walk off a high school football field for the last time in their career, no matter what they've done before, losing their last game. So these games are big this weekend.
So, Mike, this next year, this would be the semis. They're going to play on the weekend of the 10th, 11th?
No, I think they back it up. I think they're going to back it up so the state finals will be this weekend. So the schedule will be backed up this week. But these games will, in essence, be probably played a week earlier, and they'll be state semifinals. There'll be one more step after that. This year, this is it.
I asked because obviously that would put you back on Thanksgiving weekend. So did we see the end of the Thanksgiving games this past Thursday?
Nah, we didn't. The state, in my opinion, is never going to come in and dictate to schools and tell them they can't play on Thanksgiving. They might make it almost impossible to play on Thanksgiving. They might make it impractical to play on Thanksgiving, but the state is never coming in. The NJSIA, in my opinion, is never coming in and telling Millville Vineland or Atlantic City Holy Spirit or Phillipsburg Easton that you have to move that game.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. All right, Mike, have a good weekend, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thanks.
All right, there he is, Mike McGarry here on the Sports Bash. He joins us thanks to Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business online, calvielectric.com. He does a great job covering everything for the Press of Atlantic City. Gives us a chance to kind of spin around everything. A little football, a little baseball, a little college football, some high school football in there. Millville and Cedar Creek both playing for regional championships tomorrow. I think Millville's Sunday, is it? Is it Sunday sometime for Millville? I think Cedar Creek is tomorrow night. We'll have more details on our website, 973ESPN.com. Our final online 25 rankings when those 2 games are done. Who will be the number 1 team? Who will get the number 1 spot? Check out our website this weekend for the details. When we come back, it's a Sal Pal Friday. Sal Pal Antonio. Should Jalen Hurts play if he's not 100%? Listen to what Sal says next. It's Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. We are on a Sal Pal Friday. Sal Paolantonio, ESPN senior national correspondent, said to jump on with me on a Sal Pal Friday. Eagles and Jets this weekend. A lot to discuss here. Ran into that Johnny G over at Burger Realty. Saw him last Wednesday, Sal Paolantonio. He said to say hello to you. How are you, my friend?
Oh, he must be busy, Johnny G, at that Burger Realty. I'm sure he is.
Yes, man.
They got properties are still hot in Ocean City.
Had a lot of people out there on Wednesday. We did a live show on location. Johnny G came out, said hello. And, of course, you were on there. That was the last time we talked. And that game did not go so well on Sunday, Sal. It was the first time the Eagles really had played this season where they had expectations. And I don't know if there was too much for them to play with expectations, but what did you see in that game that might have been bothersome?
Mike, you're so right about that. You really are. I think that is the key. That was the first game where they actually had real expectations. People expected them to deliver. They expected them to be part of the playoff conversation as opposed to, oh boy, the Eagles are involved here. As opposed to being a novelty, they were supposed to be a team that was in real contention down the stretch. It was all set up for them, playing two of the worst teams in the NFL back to back with the easiest schedule in the league, with the Cowboys reeling. It was all set up for them. And frankly, the coach and the quarterback blew it. Both of them did.
Well, let's talk about the coach and the quarterback, because the coach is not really going out there saying who's going to be his quarterback. The quarterback's saying, I'll be ready to play. Why are they not on the same page?
That's a good question, and that is the question to ask going into this game. I would say, first and foremost, you look at the Jets, and you have to move on because that game last week was just a dump truck. It was just, I went back and looked at just the offensive tape of the Eagles, and there were so many bad decisions made at so many levels by the quarterback and the coach in that Giants game. It's hard to learn from it. But the Jets do everything poorly, mainly pass defense. And I hope that the coach realizes that you can't be enticed by how bad they are defensively in the passing game and play to your strength instead of the other team's weakness. This is one of the quintessential failures of coaches down the stretch. They look for the other team's weakness and play to it instead of the strength of your team. This is why Bill Belichick has been around and so good for so long. He builds a strength. He will take away your strength, and he will use his strength to beat you as opposed to preying on your weakness. Yeah. Right? And so to me, if I'm the coach, I sit down Jalen Hurts and say, listen, I made a mistake. I'm going to play to your strength. And Jalen Hurts is the best player on the Eagles team. Let's make no mistake about that. It's not Miles Sanders. It's not Devontae Smith. It's not Darius Slay. It's not any of the offensive linemen. In terms of the people who can put it in the end zone and score 6 points, Jalen Hurts is the best athlete and best football player on the team. So while, you look at, maybe starting Gardner Minshew is a pretty good idea, I think Hurts 80%, 75% is still better than 100% Minshew.
It's interesting. I wanted to get into that because I think you had texted me earlier this week and said, look, Hurts did not run the ball after he injured his ankle. And did that have something to do with his poor play? And if he's not going to be able to be as mobile, does he give you the best chance to win on Sunday?
Right. So when I texted you, Hurts at that point at that point was about 30% of his capacity. You could just tell. He couldn't even push off when he was throwing, Mike. So, and he certainly couldn't run. And if you look at the game tape and you look at the play-by-play, he didn't run after he injured the ankle. He did not run.
Nope. No, he had not one carry. He did not have one carry in the second half of that game.
No, but after he got hurt in the fourth quarter, I think. And in the end of the game, you could just tell he couldn't move. He could hardly jog off the field.
Oh, yeah. Well, I saw him running off the field. I saw the video of that today, and I was surprised at how I didn't notice this earlier, how much he was limping off the field on Sunday.
I noticed it right away, and I was watching it on TV, and they hardly even mentioned it in the TV broadcast. Merrill brought it up on the radio broadcast, but on the TV broadcast, I don't think they brought it up.
Nope. And when they mentioned after the game that he had injured his ankle, that was news to me.
I texted one of our NFL Nation people, Tim McManus.
Yep.
He covers the Eagles. I texted him. I said, "Are you at the game? Are you seeing this? He's hurt." And I was watching it on TV in Baltimore from the press box. So, Mike, it was evident that he was hurt. Anybody watching football could tell he was hurt. And, I would assume, I'm going to assume, since it wasn't identified as a high ankle sprain, that he's gotten enough treatment to be out there on the field. But he needs to be either running with the football or a decoy to run with the football in order to really open up the RPOs and the zone read run game. But still, because he's so perfect for what they're doing right now, I'm not sure putting Minshew in is the right thing to do. I'm really not. I think against this Jets team, I'm not. There's a lot of arguments. I could be persuaded the other way, like, hey, rest him against the Jets, give him a bye week. We can beat the Jets without him. I can see that. I can understand that. And that's probably part of their thinking going into this game.
I guess my reason to play him would be almost, hey, simplify the game, use the running game. They're terrible defending the run. Just have him be, hand the ball off, a lot of safe things, and let him see. Now, if he can't do what he does, I think that will make things a lot more difficult. But if you turn to Minshew, you might be more inclined to open some things up. I don't know that you need to open things up against this Jet defense.
Well, we don't really know anything about whether Minshew has practiced well. I've seen him warm up. He's okay from what I see. Obviously he was playing in Jacksonville, and you just can't tell. Jacksonville's such an inferior team, and he may have stood out because they're such an inferior team. You're just rolling the dice with Minshew. But with regards to Jalen Hurts, I think in this game, no matter, like you said, no matter what you do offensively, you should be able to move the football and score points against the Jets. And the Eagles defense should just stone cold stop the Jets on offense. The Jets they have no players. The Jets have no players on offense that you really need to account for. You can put a hat on a hat everywhere and basically stop them.
One thing here that's going to be interesting to see is, I guess, with the whole where the Eagles are at some point of this game, if Hurts it's obviously not himself in the middle of the game, would they make that decision that, hey, he doesn't look right, we got to do something here? I think that would be a very interesting storyline. If we're watching the game, like you said, Sal, I can see that he's hobbling. Do they then make the decision? Like, hey, we want to start you. We want to go through the whole, dog and pony show here, even knowing that he might not be 100%. But once he's out there, if they notice that he's struggling, do they then do something?
Yeah, good question. I'd like to see that. But, I'll go back to what you said at the beginning because it's so true. It was the first game with expectations. Well, this is the first game with real pressure. You would agree with that, with real pressure.
Yes, I agree.
No, Mike. No, Mike. You got to agree with that on me because this is this is the game you absolutely can't lose. You've never lost to the Jets.
That aspect of it too. And I guess it is, what does this organization want to get from this year? Do they want to be a playoff team, or do they want to learn about their quarterback?
No. Well, forget about all that. You have to win this game, Mike.
Yeah.
There's real pressure on this team to win this game. So while last week you had expectations, hey, we should beat the Giants, we should beat the Jets. That's what's expected now. Now it's, hey, we can't make back-to-back trips up the turnpike and lose to two of the worst NFL franchises in back-to-back games, and lose to the Jets for the first time in franchise history, and lose to a rookie quarterback who's last in the league in every category. You know that Jalen Hurts is the 7th lowest quarterback rating in the NFL? The 6 guys lower than him, worse than him, are 4 rookies and 2 guys on the bench.
Jeez.
Look it up.
Yeah. No, I take your word for that. I mean, he has – look, I thought last week was maybe the worst game I've seen him play. Is it because of the injury? Is it just because he had it was a bad week to have a bad week? I mean, it all comes into play. But I think you're right. To lose this game to this Jets team, it makes it feel that all the positive momentum that you had from beating the Saints and winning at Denver, it almost makes you scratch your head and wonder where's this team at right now? You know what?
Yeah, it evaporates. There's no question. You can't lose this game. So while last week, and you really hit the nail on the head. Last week it was expectations, but I'm telling you, this week it's real pressure. And they didn't respond well to the expectations. Now they have to respond well to the pressure.
So let's take a look at the matchup a little bit here, because obviously Philadelphia's no Jordan Howard this week. He's already been announced out. Boston Scott, questionable. You want to run the ball, but do you have the horses to do it?
Well, I think you do. I think you just have to hand the ball to Miles Sanders. You got Gainwell. You got the rookie. He looks pretty good to me in every aspect of the game. He's got good hands. He's got a good burst. Listen, you have to run the ball, but you have to have balance on offense. And your quarterback has to get rid of the ball more quickly. And I would imagine that Sirianni and Steichen will look at that. Look at the schematics of what they did, of the layout of what they did, the concepts of what they did against the Giants. And I can tell you flat out, all of the pass routes that I saw in third down situations and second down situations were too long, way too long. They need to go to a shorter passing game, more crossing routes, more underneath, more shallow stuff, shallow curls, much more defined stuff, easy throws. Get the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hands quickly, get swing passes, screen passes, stuff that will get the ball out of his hands so that he does not get a muddied pocket near his feet and his injured ankle. That's the key. If they haven't done that, then they haven't done their job this week. Anybody could see that. Dallas Goedert is not getting open on deep crossing routes. He's not getting open on deep down and outs. You need short passes for Dallas Goedert. You know, Dallas Goedert's 3rd in the league among tight ends in yards after the catch.
Yeah.
He's 3rd in the league in yards after the catch among all tight ends in the NFL. So it's not that far behind the leader, Travis Kelce. Get the ball in his hands on short passes and let him run with the football. That's why you paid him all that money. Don't have him do 15-yard down and outs against corners that are faster than him.
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
So let's dig into a little bit of what we saw in the last 2 plays. Obviously, 2 drops. Now, those 2 drops have been discussed a lot. And then the fact of, did the quarterback target Rieger? Was the play call for him? What do you make of the last 2 plays of that game last week? And the whole, just how encompassing the 2 drops are, and then the plays themselves.
Okay, let's start with the plays themselves, okay, because everybody has analyzed the drops. The drops were drops, okay? They were drops. Let's analyze the play themselves. Jalen Rieger was drafted for his speed and his punt return ability. They went with Rieger in the end. If you remember, they justified it by saying, we wanted Rieger because he could do more than Justin Jefferson. Do you remember that justification for taking him? I certainly do. Okay. So if that is the case, why is Jalen Rieger being thrown to on a sideline pattern, on a boundary pattern where he's double covered. Why don't you get him in space? Why don't you do jet sweeps? How about some screen passes? How about opportunities for Jalen Reagor to catch and run in open space? That, to me, would be a better use of Jalen Reagor.
No doubt. The way that's the hard part about this. Look, he obviously busteroni. You got Jefferson. It's not only Jefferson. There's 4 guys, other guys that have been taken around him that are better than him. Claypool and Pittman and Ayuk. I mean, he's the worst of the group that has been taken, obviously. Is it because he stinks, Sal, or is it they've used him poorly?
I think it's because they've used him poorly, and now it's sort of compounded.
Yeah.
He doesn't stink. He has NFL possibilities.
Sure.
He has talent. He obviously works hard. I think he needs better opportunities, and his skill set needs to be used better. And until you do that, don't put him in positions where he can fail. But, Mike, have you ever seen, and this is the thing that's the most shocking of all the shocking things that happened last week, and there were a lot of them. The biggest one to me was the broadcast team of Mark Schlereth saying, "Oh, look at this. Here's Devontae Smith going to Nick Sirianni on the sideline and say, 'Throw me the football.'"
Yeah.
When that happened, I literally grabbed my notebook and put the time down exactly to make sure that I had it and said, I have been covering the NFL for a long, long time, and I have never seen that. I never even saw T.O. do it, come off the field, as he was coming off the field, specifically address the coach about not getting the football. Never saw that. Never. It may happen on the sideline and only in a few occasions. But boy, oh boy, that was an affront to Jalen Hurts, was it not?
Right. Well, he did address it today a little bit, I guess. Devontae Smith did, and just saying how, I'm competitive. Because by all accounts, he's a pretty quiet guy, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, we expect all NFL players to be competitive.
Right.
We don't expect a situation like that to get so frustrating for a supremely quiet NFL player who seems to be a Boy Scout to do something like that.
I guess is it compounded by the fact that the guy dropped a ball that hit him in the face?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter because you're showing up everybody. You're showing up your fellow wide receivers.
Right.
You're showing up your coach. You're showing up your quarterback. And there's nothing in Devontae Smith's character to suggest that he would even do anything close to
Correct.
that. That's why it blew me away. It blew me away.
Well, I would imagine then with that, I don't know with that particular, but I would say, do you anticipate him being a much bigger part of the offense this week?
Oh my gosh, I hope so. I mean, to me, it's Smith and Goddard 1A and 1B.
Yes.
And then Watkins.
Well,
Sal,
by the way, you're right.
Really,
I say this almost every week. For what they paid Goddard, he's got to be a focal point of the offense almost every single week.
Mike, absolutely. All Nick Sirianni has to do is turn on the tape and watch how Andy Reid deploys Travis Kelce, or how the plays that are designed by John Gruden in Las Vegas, how they use Darren Waller, and how the Patriots are using Hunter now with Mac Jones, a rookie quarterback. As Hunter, who was, there were question marks about why they even had Hunter on the team the first 3 weeks, but Josh McDaniels has figured out how Hunter and Mac Jones can work. In fact, Greg Cosell has a brilliant piece on the matchup show this weekend about how Hunter and Mac Jones have now developed this chemistry to where it's really, really working and helping Mac Jones. Mac Jones is completing 70% of his passes.
Yeah.
He was the 5th quarterback taken in the first round, Mike. 70%.
This conversation is always so unique. And it's, is Mac Jones this quarterback if he's on another team? Is it if he's with the Jets, or is it because of what they do in New England?
We always say on the matchup show, and I got this from Ron Jaworski, and he would bang it into my head. He said, Sal, it's about design, execution, and talent. And they would always put number 3 last. And that taught me a lot about the game. When I first started to host the matchup show 18 years ago, it was Ron Jaworski who took me under his wing. And then I began to really see the game, because you really don't see it until you study the film properly. And he taught me how to do that. And he taught me how to look at design and schematics. And I don't think there's anybody better on television than Greg Cosell right now doing it. And of course, Cosell and Jaws worked together for 20 years.
Right.
So people who really want to understand what's happening in the game. Now, we don't do pieces on every team. We just don't have the time. But you can see, and you can correlate it to your own team. So watch what Waller does in Las Vegas. Watch what Kelsey does. Watch what Indianapolis does with its tight ends, with Mo Alley Cox. Watch what the Patriots are doing with Hunter right now. Watch what the Buffalo Bills are not doing with their tight ends. Why is Josh Allen struggle? Because they ask him to do too much. They ask him to do too much, and that's a problem. And all Sirianni and Steichen have to do is look at their old mentor, Frank Reich, and how he has taken Mo Alley Cox and helped Carson Wentz this year. The tight end, especially on third down, is the quarterback's best friend. And what has happened to Lamar Jackson in Baltimore? And I've covered 5 of their games this year. I've seen the ups and the downs of Lamar Jackson. Teams are taking Mark Andrews away from him on third down. Mark Andrews is now 9th in the league on third down catches for a first down. And that shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
And teams are taking him away. Goddard should be the number 1 option on third down at all times. There should be there should be 10 to 12 options, plays on third down for Goddard. He's your biggest body. He's third. I'll say it again. He's third in the league in yards after the catch among all tight ends in the league. Short passes, it's quick curls, crossing routes, shallow crosses. Get the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hands quickly. How many throws have we seen in the flat to Miles Sanders in the last 6 weeks?
It's funny you say that, because I was just getting ready to write something on that today, and I think he has 1 catch in since he's been back.
Mike, he has 1 catch, Michael. Michael, how is that possible? The reason why they drafted him out of Penn State is because they thought he would be the next Brian Westbrook. Am I wrong about that or not?
His rookie season, he caught, 50 balls? What do you have? His rookie
Mike,
year,
he's got 1 catch.
He caught 50 balls his rookie year. Yeah.
It should be hut, ball out to Miles Sanders, let him go.
Right, absolutely.
Hut, ball to Dallas Goedert, let him go. Hut, quick route to Devontae Smith, and let him go.
Yeah. 50 catches for 500 yards.
Jalen Reagor. Yeah.
50 catches for 500 yards his rookie season. This year he has 20 catches for 118 yards this year.
Yeah, but in the last couple of weeks, 0.
Oh yeah,
Did he have any catches? Did he have any catches in the game against the Giants? I don't think he did.
Last week he had 1 catch for 0 yards. He had no catches against New Orleans at all. Yeah. He's been. I agree. When I saw that this morning, I said, they just don't throw the ball to their backs at all.
Mike, it should be hut, 3-step drop, put his right foot in the ground, and the ball comes out. He should have 3 places to go with the football within 2 seconds. Anybody who watches Tom Brady, the ball is – do you know that I sent you that – did you see that stuff I sent you this morning?
Yes.
That Tom Brady has been hit. Tom Brady, who has the most pass attempts in the league at age 44. Think about that for a second. He's going to break his own record for pass attempts in a league in a year at age 44. He's only been hit 43 times.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson's been hit 176 times. 43.
It's a marvel at how fast he gets the ball out. You're right. It's crazy.
Yeah. Tom Brady, I mean, he's been hit 43 times, fewest of any starting quarterback. It's not by accident. They put 6 offensive linemen on the field. He puts his foot down, his right foot down in the ground, and the ball comes out in 2 seconds. He's got 3 options in where to throw the ball at all times. And that's the way you run offense in the NFL now because blitzes are up.
To South Pal Friday. There you go. Eagles Jets this weekend. I would imagine this is a game they just simply cannot and will not lose.
And this pressure is off. Michael, this has been a 27-minute segment. I mean, we're going to have to, Johnny G's going to have to reach down and get me an extra Uncle Bill's pancakes the next time I'm in Ocean City.
I just looked at the clock myself and noticed we were just having a good time, man.
27 minutes. It's a world record.
All right.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful. You know, it's a big week. You got to go long. Got to go deep, baby.
Yeah, man. And if they win this game 6-7, keeps them right in the mix, and it keeps all these conversations very interesting the rest of the way. Although Dallas won last night, so that East, any thoughts you had on the East are way out of range now. But hey, wild card spot number 6 and 7 are still in play. Sal Paolantonio to Sal Pal Friday. Johnny G, the Burger Realty team. Good to see him last week as well. Good to see everybody out there. And Sal, we will catch up with you soon, pal.
Okay, brother.
All right, there he is, Sal Paolantonio here on the Sports Bash Live on a Sal Pal Friday here on the Happy Hour Friday. You know, a lot of good conversation. I looked at the clock. I said, man, this has been a fantastic conversation, but we ran a little late. Sorry for the people out there. I hope you enjoyed that conversation, just talking a little bit about what's going on with this team. And he's right. I brought it up. You know, this is a game where you have to win this game. And I know people are like, there's that contingent of people out there that you want the draft pick. You don't really care about the wins, but this organization had some positive vibes around it. You have to start going back in that direction to feel we're moving in the right direction. You can't lose to the Jets. You're not in a spot where you're like, hey, we're among the worst teams in the league. Are we the best? No, but we are trying to get ourselves in the direction of we got young players, they're developing. We have 3 draft choices. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Adam Kaplan, football at 4, the latest on the Eagles' injuries. I got that coming up here on Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday. Happy Hour Friday. Pete Thompson tonight at 4:40 on the Sports Bash. Pete's going to be out and about today. He's doing something with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, which if you haven't had a chance to try that out yet, you got to get yourself involved. He'll give you the details tonight. He'll be joining me here on Happy Hour Friday, 4:40, as he does on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash. Sal Paolantonio here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. You can follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. Download the free mobile app on your phone, and you can message us through your phone as well. Eagles take on the Jets this weekend. And look, it's not the sexiest matchup. The Jets are pretty bad. But there are a couple of things here that are definitely standing out to me. One, which is you cannot lose to the Jets team with where you are. I know a lot of people, we don't like the last week you had the chance to win a game when people expected you to win the game and you fell in your face. You have to follow that up with by saying, look, this team is inferior to us. They're behind where we are incrementally as a organization. We have to do a better job than what we did last week. You're allowed to have a bad week. You're going to have a stinker. But you can't have two stinkers in a row. You can't have 2 weeks in a row where you're expected to win and then lose to inferior opponents. M. David Dellinger Jr. is watching the show on YouTube, and he asked this question. Mike, could this be a one-and-done year for the coach of the Eagles because of the hype this year and how's it turned out, or will they give him one more year? Well, I would say this, M. David Dellinger Jr. There was no hype this year. This team didn't have any expectations. What hype? Did I miss the hype? The only thing I heard was how bad this team was going to be. I think they've exceeded expectations. They won 4 games last year. Nobody had expectations. There was no hype of this team. You had a new coach. You had a quarterback you didn't know anything about. And quite frankly, I think most people think that this team has been ahead of expectations. That being said, I think there's still a lot of things that they wanted to try to find out about this team that they don't know the answers to. Number one, the quarterback. So to answer your question, David, I don't think the coach is in trouble. I don't think the coach is in trouble because I think he's shown a couple of things. One, he's shown that the team respects him. This team respects Nick Sirianni. He's a young guy. He's learning on the job, learning how to be a head coach, and this team respects him. I think they have a challenge of getting him better personnel, and I don't think he has had the right personnel to do with what he wants to do with. So what did he do? He has shown that he can make an adjustment and say, look, maybe I don't want to be a guy who runs the football 45 times a game, but I'm willing to do it. Now, he made that adjustment a little too slow, in my opinion. You know, after 2 weeks, you realize, all right, we're not throwing the football very positively. We got to do something a little different. We start running the ball, and voila, we're a competitive team. The competitiveness of this football team is built around the offensive line. The offensive line keeps you in most games offensively. They had some problems defensively against some of the better teams in this league, but they've been right there in every single game against the muck of this league. And there's a lot of muck in this league. I mean, 75% of the teams in this league are just kind of stuck in the middle. The Eagles are one of them. That's why I laugh when people get almost offended when you mention the playoffs with the Philadelphia Eagles. Miami 5-7, Cincinnati 7-4. I'll give them some credit. Cleveland 6-6. I'll go to the NFC side of things first. Washington 5, Philadelphia 5, Minnesota 5, Chicago 4, Atlanta 5, Carolina 5, New Orleans 5, San Francisco 6. That's how many wins these teams have. You're right there in the pot with all those teams, and they've played and have been able to hang with all of those teams. It's the teams that they have had to take a step up in competition against, the teams that have more wins. Yeah, you're going to lose to teams that are in your vicinity. Is it frustrating to lose to the Giants? Sure. You know, the difference between a team like Philadelphia that's 5 wins and a team, at the end of the year, you might look back if in the old format, you were 5-6-10. The difference between a 6-10 team and a 10-6 team is not all that much most times. Can you look at the Chargers are a great example of that. The last couple of years, it's not that they're this horrendous team. They just couldn't make that one play. And that's really been their big problem. Right now, Philadelphia, I think their big difference is they don't have the skill players. They're lacking in explosive skill players on the outside. Even like Devontae Smith is not this explosive player. He is a guy that is very fluid, runs good routes. I mean, he's going to be an excellent player. I'm not knocking Smith, but he's not like this big-time playmaker. They don't have, and other than Smith, they just don't have another guy on the outside that can do anything for them. They can't get any separation, anything on the outside. Nothing. Rieger just not the speed that we were hoping for. And then on the defensive side of the ball, like you look at Micah Parsons last night, they don't have that guy, right? You don't have the guy on the defensive side of the ball that stands out. So Philadelphia is lacking in a couple of areas, but why are they competitive? They have this great offensive line that kind of keeps them in the games. And to go back to the question that the person watching on YouTube asked, I think all of this combined in like a big pot of stew has this team and the coach moving in the right direction. So to answer your question, M. David Dellinger Jr., no, I do not think this is a one-and-done year for Nick Sirianni. I think he'll be back, and I think this organization is moving in the right direction. They have 3 first-round draft picks coming their way. They will get a major influx of talent there, and not to mention, they have not just the draft picks in the first round that are coming their way. They've got a plethora of draft picks coming their way. They have 3 firsts, the second, the third, the fourth, 3 fifths, possibly an extra fifth as well. So they will have the ability that they will have the 3 picks in the first round, then the 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, but they possibly could have 4 fifth-round picks. So what happens if you have 4 fifth-round picks? Well, now you have the ability to probably move yourself back up into another round. So they are going to have the ability to have a really, really solid influx of talent coming their way. And I think this ownership group, Jeff Lurie, wants Nick Sirianni to be successful. I don't think they want a one-and-doneer. And they're going to say, look, this guy did what he did with a piecemealed roster. Let's see what he looks like when we get him an influx, a little infusion of top-end talent, because there's not a lot of top-end talent here. That's what they lack. They lacked impact players, top-end talent. They are staying competitive because they have a really good offensive line, and they've got just a bunch of good players. They just don't have any great players. Let's see what this staff looks like with some great players in the mix. Look what it's done for Dallas and their defense. Their defense was hideous last year. And you added one guy to that defense this year, and it has changed the complexion of that defense. They did get a new coordinator, Dan Quinn. Mike Nolan was terrible. Sports Bash brought to you by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. When it's your heart, you don't take chances. Be sure to demand Deborah. All right, I'm going to open the text board. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hit me up over there. Thoughts on this game, NFL thoughts. If you have an NFL question, we'll just do random NFL questions. It could be Eagles. It could be NFL. Whatever NFL thought is on your mind, fire them my way. 609-403-0973. Thanks for your question, Dave. Thanks to all the people watching the show on our live YouTube stream. Jeff Bone, cheers to you. It's Friday. Yes, happy hour Friday. Tell us what you're having on this happy hour Friday. Everybody out there listening, what is going on this happy hour Friday? Hit me up, 609 403 0973. All right, we're back on a happy hour Friday. Some text messages coming in. Couple things on the docket. What do you have it on this happy hour Friday? We always like to hear from you on that. Tom checks in from Margate. Says he's having peanut butter whiskey. Screwball. Delicioso. Got a bottle for the Phillies 2022. Tried in coffee or on ice cream. Now I go Screwball straight. I don't need no coffee or ice cream. It's down the hatch, baby. I actually like a banana liqueur with that. How about that, Josh? You go peanut butter, whiskey, banana liqueur. Well, peanut butter banana. That's like one of my vices. I love peanut butter banana. So we go peanut butter, whiskey, the Screwball, and a little banana liqueur.
I think that's a good combination you got right there.
That's a happy hour Friday move for Tom and Margie. Now, Tom didn't say he's going banana liqueur, but that's my recommendation, Tom. Go out there, get the banana liqueur, and give yourself a little splash of that.
I could also see if somebody wanted to maybe go maybe like a fruit flavored liqueur as well. Maybe one of those like a strawberry or something.
Strawberry peanut butter? I don't know if I'm in on that.
Yeah, you don't seem like the kind of person who goes too far out of the wheelhouse.
Well, I mean, I like strawberries. I like blueberries. I like I like all fruits, but not with peanut butter.
Why not?
I don't know, just not my taste buds. I like peanut butter banana. That's my go-to fruit with the peanut butter.
All right.
Right? I mean, do you eat strawberry and put peanut butter on the strawberry? Do you have like a knife that you dig in the Jif
Listen,
and then
man,
slip it on?
There's a lot of things I've eaten with peanut butter.
I mean,
okay,
peanut butter is pretty good with a lot of things, but peanut butter strawberry doesn't sound like it's going my way.
Listen, there was a point in time where I went through this phase where all I did for a while, every other night, I was eating peanut butter, Honey Nut Cheerios, and frozen strawberries.
So weird.
I know I'm weird.
A frozen strawberry with peanut butter?
Why not?
I don't know. Like when I have cereal in the morning, I cut up a banana and put it in the cereal.
I typically have a banana with my breakfast as well.
Right. But strawberry, I would do like with certain things, but not peanut butter. Like I'm not anti-strawberry. I do the Special K with strawberry.
I have a Special K to I don't even know the last time I had
Whatever.
a
I mean, like
K.
there's certain cereals that come with the strawberry already. Like you go to a level to where you're just like, just play along with the game. Could you? Could you just play along with the game? The strawberry and the peanut butter are not a combination that would be marketed to anybody. There is no strawberry peanut butter anything. Peanut butter banana, that's everywhere. I'm not like reinventing the wheel here by saying I like peanut butter banana, but the Screwball whiskey is a peanut butter whiskey. So adding the banana liqueur to that is very common. Now, I don't know that many people think to do it. That's what I'm saying. Now, you're
Okay.
bringing in strawberry liqueur.
Okay, fine. What about chocolate liqueur? Chocolate peanut butter.
Sure. I if you brought the chocolate, like a chocolate whatever liqueur, I think they do have it. I'm pretty sure they do. But I don't think people think to put the banana liqueur with it.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like you can
Yeah.
get the chocolate liqueur like in those little tiny shot
But you're also
bottles.
speaking as someone who you also like banana. So your mind already goes there.
Right. Mike, triple thumbs up on that Screwball and banana. What about the Screwball and strawberry? Anybody out there champion for that?
I'm probably the only one then.
Yeah.
It's okay. I don't mind staying on my own island.
Matt in Delaware. Hey, guys, happy hour shot is going to be Fireball and Rum Chata, a.k.a. a little Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Now, I have heard that. I haven't tried that before.
It sounds interesting. I would try that.
Yeah, I mean, I have heard the Fireball Rum Chata is a nice little mix there. A little Cinnamon Toast Crunch is what they call it. I don't drink a lot of liquor.
Anyone who knows me knows I will try anything at least once.
Yeah, obviously, you somehow got the concoction of peanut butter and strawberry put together. Like, who was sitting down? I was like, you know what looks like it would really taste good? Let me take a scoop of peanut butter and slather it all over my strawberry.
Why not?
I mean, sure, why not? But then your brain kicks in and says, these two flavors just don't mix. So the why not part, I'm not questioning. It's the sanity part that comes into play of like, hey, why not? Why don't I do something that could get me in trouble? Then you say, why not? Well, I could get in trouble. Why not is because I know what peanut butter tastes like. I also know what strawberry tastes like, and I'm not envisioning them going together thinking that's going to taste very good. That's why not.
I think this is just very consistent with who I am.
There's your better answer. What do you have it on Happy Hour Friday? Can't imagine anybody there is going peanut butter strawberry. Survey says probably not. But that guy gave me the triple thumbs up on the screwball and banana liqueur. And I wasn't reinventing the wheel on that. Football at 4 is Kaplan next. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can check out with Adam Kaplan and Jeff Mosher. And, of course, it is brought to you locally by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destination all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, and Harrah's Resort Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today. Go to Caesars.com. All right, Adam Kaplan is here as we take a look at the Eagles and the Jets. And, of course, some injury news and everything that's happening around this team. Adam Kaplan, welcome back, man. How are you?
Mike, good to see you. Yeah, look, there's no doubt we now have a quarterback injury with Jalen Hurts. So that's something that, everyone is wondering about and whether he'll play. And then you got an illness with Boston Scott, who did not practice this week, who's been terrific, by the way. We don't talk about him a lot, but he's been a great story. Remember, he not had a carry from scrimmage until Sanders suffered an ankle injury 4 weeks ago. So it's kind of interesting, kind of what's going on with the Eagles here. They don't have a lot of guys who could potentially miss the game, but Hurts and Scott are certainly two key players.
Yeah, let's go to Hurts because he says he's going to play. The coach doesn't seem to be as optimistic.
Yeah, it's really not his call. What he has to do is tell him how he feels, but it's all about practice participation. He was limited. He didn't have a full practice this week. That would concern me. And he suffered this ankle injury. Reporters saw him after the game, and they noticed that he was clearly hobbled. So that's a concern. And then you have to ask yourself if Nick Sirianni, I know it would be a medical decision as well, if he can't do everything that he's supposed to do in the game, how in the world could you put him out? And as a matter of fact, how could you even have to be the number 2 quarterback? Now, Reed Sinnett is the number 3 quarterback who they claimed off waivers from, the Dolphins weeks ago, I think?
Yes.
So he would be the number 2, and Minshew would start if Hurts can't play. I would put him in the very questionable category because he didn't have a full practice. If he had a full practice today, I would feel completely different about it.
Very interesting. So today, he was a lot of back and forth about whether he would play or not. The coach doesn't seem committed at all. And let me ask you this. If he's not 100%, if he's 85%, but he could play, but he can't be the same mobile guy, are you doing your team a disservice by playing him?
Yeah, it's funny. I brought that up with Jeff Mosher this morning on our show. What would you do? My thing is this. If he could fully function, he's playing. To answer your question, 85%, I'd have to know what that meant. If he can't, first of all, to play quarterback, to throw the football, you've got to be able to stick your foot in the ground, that injured ankle, and have no problems doing it. If you can't, you cannot be the quarterback. There's no debate. It's an easy call. If he goes out and practices and handles it without any issue, I'm not really worried about his ability to run. I want him to be able to throw the football when he needs to throw it. And the way that they're blocking, I understand it hurts is a big part of the run game, but even if Scott can't play, Miles Sanders, by the way, came out of the game really well. He'll be ready to start. They've got Kenny Gainwell, who we know the Eagles like. And then they could go to Jason Huntley, who's still in the practice squad if need be, which at this point, with Howard ruled out with a sprained knee for the second straight week, though Sanders will play, he's come back from an ankle injury. Boston Scott with an illness. I would think they would call up, they would activate Huntley by Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, which is the deadline, because they need depth at running back this week.
Let me get your thoughts on what this run game looks like so far. No Howard this week. He is out again.
Yeah.
Do you think that not having him was a problem for their offense last week?
I didn't think so. I mean, they ran the ball for over 200 yards. You'd like to have a size, no question about it. Then you saw Sanders leave the game really in the second half and not come back. And Scott looked great. Other than the fumble, he looked terrific. What has puzzled me, with all this running, why doesn't Kenny Gainwell have a decent role here like he did earlier in the season? I don't quite understand it. I know, especially without Howard in the lineup. But typically when rookies don't play, there's something going on where the coaches don't trust them. That's just me covering the business for 21 years.
Yeah.
For him not being out there, they clearly don't feel comfortable enough in putting him in. It's a lot. I mean, it's not like he's not playing, but he had a pretty significant role earlier in the season. Right now, he has very little role, if at all.
Hey, Adam, while we're on the topic of running backs, I was talking last hour with Sal about this. Why do they not utilize the backs in the pass game much? I think
they do,
Sanders
but
has
not
one catch.
Not enough, Mike. They don't get the screen game. I agree. I agree. We talk about this almost every week. And then once in a while they do it and we stop talking about it. I'm glad you brought it up. Boston Scott's a good screen runner, no doubt about it. Miles Sanders has always been good at it when he catches the football. I agree. And then Kenny Gamble was that guy. That's the guy we saw. Jeff and I were at training camp a bunch of times together. And I remember one practice where I said, I think he caught the ball 25 times. I remember saying that to him. Like, it seems like every play he's getting it.
Wow.
And that's what I mean. We're just not seeing it. I don't know. In fact, I wish the reporters would ask that question about why we do not see much of the screen game. Clearly not as much as we thought we'd see.
No, not at all. That was a conversation that we had a little earlier. It was Sanders has one catch since he has been back. It's been 2 weeks, but one catch in the 2 weeks that he has been back here. So there's your injury issues for the most part there. Obviously, Driscoll is done, so we were imagining Herbig will take his spot there, correct? Now, what about Kelsey? Do we feel that he is in danger of not playing? And in the event that he played and then had to leave in the middle of the game, do they go back to Herbig at center? What happens in that case?
Yeah, I would think they would move Herbig in there. Yeah, I do. Kelsey took all his reps today, so he'll definitely be able to play. His status is not in question. I give him credit because I know it was bothering him during the game, and he was able to come back as he saw. It's really, I love what Sirianni had to say about him. What we know, Jason Kelsey will not only go in the Eagles Hall of Fame. There needs to become a point where we start talking about him being NFL Hall of Famer, or Pro Football Hall of Fame is the official title of it. It's really remarkable. How in the world was he a 6th-round pick? I do remember covering that with he had the appendix issue, which caused him to lose a lot of weight. He weighed about 280 around the combine, but he's really a remarkable football player, and what a leader he is.
Let's look at the Eagles offense here against this Jets defense. Jalen Hurts, obviously, we'll see what he brings to the table, but the Eagles obviously very good at running the ball. Nick Sirianni said this week, we struggle in the drop back pass game. I mean, he flat out said that's where we struggle right now. So how does this Eagles offense match up with what the Jets do defensively?
Well, okay, couple things. The Jets play way more man coverage than I expected, considering they don't have very good corners. One of their starting corners, Brandon Eccles, is on injured reserve. They lost 2 out of their top 3 safeties. Marcus May with a torn Achilles. LaMarcus Jordan, who was their nickel DB, he tore his triceps. He's out for the season. And they've had a bunch of defensive injuries. Carl Lawson, they lost before the season started due to a torn Achilles. His backup, Bryce Huff, is out on injured reserve with a back injury. So the matchups are pretty good for the Eagles here. We know how great their offensive line is. Now, here's something I didn't bring up. I didn't put in my notes, but we need to talk about it. If Gardner Minshew plays, I still think they'll dominate with the run because he hasn't played and he's new to this football team. But Gardner Minshew is a more experienced quarterback. In fact, his rookie season, he won 6 Rookie of the Week awards for the AFC. So the guy's got ability. He doesn't have Hurts's explosive running ability, though he could scramble. He's also short. He's just over 6 feet. He's not very tall at all. But he's a good processor. He's a pretty accurate quarterback. When he's on, he's a good quarterback. He seems to lose it. Backups usually show who they are. But this guy, for sure, if he's got to play, this is just me. I don't know this is a fact, but it would not surprise me if they come out throwing a little bit more than they have this season with Hurts. Now, I'm talking about recent weeks. They were throwing the ball 35 times a game for the first 7 weeks, and obviously that's dropped to the low 20s. So I would expect them to throw a little bit more because of Minshew's experience.
Let's take a look. We just hit on why don't they throw the ball to the running backs all that much. The Jets are horrendous covering running backs. They're probably even worse at stopping the run. So you would think that the running back should have a big role this week.
I do. 4.9 yards per carry versus the run, a bottom 3 run defense. They don't cover very well. They've got good athletes. They're just not very talented overall. They're very beatable. The thing that they're doing is playing with a lot better discipline lately. You saw against the Colts and the Patriots, a couple other teams, they were terrible, but they're getting better. And the big story that's happened, and I don't know why the Eagles didn't keep trying to block them, but Elijah Riley was, as you remember, was on the Eagles practice squad. He now starts at safety. He started the last 2 games for the Jets, and Robert Saleh was asked, their head coach. He said that Matt Burke, who you remember, he used to be a D-line coach, or he was definitely an assistant under Jim Schwartz, and Marquand Manuel, who coached the DBs and the safeties last season for the Eagles, he's coaching the same for the Jets, and obviously they know him. So the Eagles, they don't have a developmental safety. I mean, Kavon Wallace is okay, but he hasn't shown enough to think that he could be the future. The Eagles don't know who the future at safety is. I don't know why they didn't call him up and try to get him some more playing time.
Every time when the Eagles play, we seem to think, Adam, that they have an advantage with their offensive line. Does that
Yeah,
change this
they
week?
do. Yeah, no, they have the fact that the Jets have speed and athleticism. They're not very wide. They're not very stout. That's why they struggle. So I would expect a heavy run game and to be very successful. As I said, maybe Minshew, if he's starting, gets more to throw here. Now, obviously, if Hurts somehow plays with this bad ankle, you know they're not going to ask him to run. I mean, I just can't see it, and that's why. I don't know who's going to start, but to me, it would be seem unless he really shows something in tomorrow's walkthrough, because that's what they have tomorrow. The walkthrough's less than an hour. It's usually half an hour to 45 minutes. I know he's getting treatment on it. I can't see them risking it, but he better make a lot of improvement. That's the only way they'll clear him to play.
All right, Adam Kaplan, Inside the Birds. The podcast is out, and of course, they have the pregame show Sunday morning, 10 o'clock. The whole crew will be on hand to break this down. Let's break down the offense, defense from the Eagles' perspective on defense. Zach Wilson, we know John Gannon's defense has, look, for the most part, whenever they haven't played a Hall of Famer at quarterback, they seem to be okay.
Well, I don't know about Derek Carr being in the Hall of Fame, but yeah, I would say this. They're playing with a lot better discipline. They're blitzing more. And the thing that has shocked me, this I didn't see coming because we knew they were going to come in as a zone defense this season, and they have. But they're playing with a lot more man coverage. In fact, they're about 18th in man coverage, Mike. They were, for the first 9 weeks, no one's playing more zone defense than them, about 87%. They're way down. They're around the 70th percentile. So what it shows me, and this is the reason why I'm bringing it up, it clearly shows that Gannon has more trust in his defense, and that's important note.
Right, and then of course we know that the Eagles depend a lot on their front four, and the other team having problems with the offensive line. How's this Jets offensive line?
Yeah, it's decent. It's actually gotten better. George Fant, the former basketball player at Western Kentucky, is playing left tackle. He's played right and left for them. Elijah Vera Tucker's their left guard, who they traded up for in the first round. He's had a good season. Connor McGovern's back from his knee injury. He's been an underachiever. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif is they acquired him in a trade from the Chiefs. Remember, he was the long-term starter, but he took last season off due to COVID. He's actually a doctor. He did some great work through the COVID issue last year. Then Morgan Moses was a long-time starter for Washington. So they're decent. The Eagles, this is not a bad offensive line. Quite frankly, it's better than the one they faced in the same stadium last week. Tell me about that. I mean, how in the world are they in the same stadium 2 weeks in a row? That's not their home stadium. Ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that that's ever happened before that I remember that they played these two teams. Obviously, they've only played the Jets 11 times ever. They've never lost to them here. Let me ask you that then, Adam. If they were to lose, what's the path to victory for the Jets?
Well, see, Michael Carter, the starting running back, is out. They're going to have to make plays in the pass game. Tevin Coleman's not very good. He just knows the offense. Ty Johnson's a changeup. If Corey Davis can play now, it's the first time he practiced today in 5 days, and he was limited. Today's a late practice. The guy who's tearing it up is Elijah Moore, their second-round pick, who I love. Yeah. They move him. He plays their Z position. They move him everywhere. Real explosive. He and Wilson don't have a lot of chemistry because of Wilson's knee injury. They just have not played a lot together, and Moore's been playing more and more by the week. If the Eagles don't turn it over, they should win this game. This is not like last week where the Giants had a lot of firepower. Of course, the Eagles shut them down for the most part. I can't see the Jets winning this game. Mosher and I thought that. I know Jeff thought all week. He actually was going to pick the Giants, and he changed his mind. I was on the Eagles all week, but I thought it would be a narrow victory, and we know what happened. I think this is a little bit different. I just think no matter who plays quarterback, they're going to be prepared, and I think they'll bounce back better this week.
It's the Joe Douglas Howie Roseman Bowl. It's can the protege beat the former boss? We'll see. The football guy versus the non-football guy. Jets, Eagles, Adam Kaplan, and the Inside the Birds crew. Sunday morning, 10 o'clock on their YouTube channel as they preview this game a lot deeper. Adam?
One thing. We actually we're doing also a live watch, game watch. Check us out on Twitter. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. We're doing a live. We did one last week, and there's a password Mylotta. The last name Mylotta, and you'll get a prize. Mosher's promised. He's good. He said, "Hey, you say Mylotta, and you come up to us, you're getting a prize." So, look for the details on our Twitter account on our social media, Instagram, same thing, at Inside Birds, and we will get it out to you, get the information. So make sure you do that.
All right, use that Mylotta. There you go. That's what do you guys do, like Peyton and Eli over there?
You love? Oh, it's so fun, man. We had a good time last week. I love when people solve the trivia questions. They go out of their mind. We had some great gifts, man. Really, some pretty high end gifts: socks, hats, autographs. Not from Jeff and I, of course, from ex-players. So it's cool.
All right, Adam Kaplan, Inside the Bird. Check out the podcast, check out the live show, and the live watch along. There you go. Adam, take care, man.
Thanks. Later.
All right, there's Adam Kaplan from InsideTheBirds.com. He says he likes the Eagles to win the game, and it sounded like he thought they'd win kind of handily in this one here. So there's a lot to break down from what he said, because what I took from that is, the Jets play, I think he said about 60% zone, a little bit more than that, which not very high by today's standards. And they don't have a lot of talent at corner. So there's an area in the pass game. He mentioned if Minshew plays, of all the people we've talked to this week, he seems to think that there's a possibility that Minshew does play due to injury. Now, you look at the running back, the Eagles running back situation that we discussed against the Jets front seven. The Jets' second worst yards to running backs. They give up 4.9 yards per carry. My gosh. I've been talking about it all this week. 4.9 yards per carry. They are terrible against the run. And they're one of the worst teams at covering the running back out of the backfield. And Sal and I talked about this back in hour number 2. Why do the Eagles not throw the ball to their backs out of the backfield? In fact, if you take a look at their running backs this year catching the ball out of the backfield, right? You're thinking to yourself, they've got a bunch of guys who are versatile. Boston Scott, Miles Sanders, Kenny Gainwell. Catching the ball out of the backfield should be a huge weapon. Well, Kenny Gainwell has 23 catches, and that is by far, they haven't, I should say, those 23 catches have not come in the last couple of weeks. Gainwell has been essentially out of the offense. Sanders has 20 catches. He doesn't have he has one catch in the last 2 weeks since he's come back from injury. But of those 20 catches, he's only getting 118 yards on those 20 catches. That's putrid. Boston Scott, no catches. Since, my gosh, he has 9 catches on the season. He's averaging 3.7 yards a catch. No catches of any significance for Boston Scott. Those 3 guys, you got 29 catches from Sanders and Scott, and then Gainwell has 23. You have 52 catches from your running backs this year. 52. Not good enough. They should be a huge part of the offense, those guys. Couple other notes on the offense. We talked about how weak the Jets are at corner. They go with Bryce Hall, a 5th-round pick, Guidry. They give up more completions. Think about this. Based on what the Eagles were doing a couple of weeks ago, how bad they were. The Jets give up more completions than any NFL team. So there's a lot of confliction here. Do I throw the ball against this secondary that's very young and inexperienced, or do I run the ball against this, defense that just can't stop the run? And then this team doesn't pressure well. They're decently ranked in terms of getting to the quarterback. They have 25 sacks this year. They blitz 24% of the time. It's just a very blah defense, man. On the offensive side of things, Zach Wilson, I expect that the Eagles will blitz a little bit more here. If you watch him play, very frantic in the pocket. I think he is way behind where he should be right now as the number 2 overall pick. He's got a good arm. He's pretty athletic, Zach Wilson, but he needs a long time. He's got to come a long way as a passer, in my opinion. Wilson is just, I don't think he reads defenses all that quickly. They have no Michael Carter this week. He's their top running back. So I guess you'll see a running back by committee with Coleman and Ty Johnson back there. Their receivers, Corey Davis, Elijah Moore, Jamison Crowder. Not a bad crew. Davis was a first-round pick with Tennessee. Elijah Moore is a second-round pick this year. He's been pretty explosive. And then you guys should know Jamison Crowder from his days with Washington. He's a slot guy who, by the way, gave the Eagles a lot of fits with him when he was in Washington. Davis, I think, did not play last week with an injury, so we'll have to keep an eye on where he is. Did the Jets injury list come out yet? And as Adam mentioned, their offensive line's actually decent. Fant, Vera Tucker, the rookie, McGovern, Duvernay, and Morgan Moses. You remember him from Washington. Some veterans on the tackles. Some veterans all over the line, really. Vera Tucker's the one young guy. I think Vera Tucker was, I don't know, he was like a top 10 pick this year, right? He was one of those guys that the Jets took this year in the draft. So, should be interesting. But the way Adam said, I just don't see a path to victory for the Jets, he says. Sports Bash Live, 97.3, ESPN. So we'll crank up your text messages, 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. The text board is open if you're watching the show live on the Facebook channel. You can always, on the YouTube stream, you can always message us on the YouTube, and we will read off as many as we can throughout the show. And, of course, if you're on the text board, if you're listening to the show on the free mobile app, you can message us through the phone as well. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We are getting ready for what should be it's not a great NFL schedule, but it could offer some separation. We'll look at that coming up next. Casey Joyner, One Thought Every Game. Pete Thompson, Happy Hour Friday. Pete Thompson together with Screwball today. He's going to tell us more about that coming up in about 17 minutes. Stick around. 428 Happy Hour Friday is here. You guys out there, I'm Mike Gill at Mike Gill Show. Send me a text with your NFL question for week 13, 609 403 0973. If you're listening to the show on the free mobile app, you can DM us through the phone as well. All right, these are some NFL week 13 nuggets for you out there. We went through the roster of games yesterday on who you're cheering for. So last night you were cheering for New Orleans. That didn't go your way. So now the result becomes Dallas is 3 games up in the East. The Saints have now fallen to the 12th seed in the NFC race. Now Tampa versus Atlanta, you would be rooting for Tampa in the game. If Tampa wins, obviously they're going to go to 9-3. That still, doesn't affect the Eagles at all. But the game affecting Atlanta would fall to 5-7, would be virtually tied with Philadelphia. But keep in mind, Philadelphia beat Atlanta already. So what would that do for Philadelphia? Well, they would move ahead of Atlanta in the standings if they were to win the game, and that would move them into the at least the 9 seed at worst. All right, so that's that. I like Tampa Bay to win that game. It is in Atlanta, so it's a little tricky there. You've got Detroit and Minnesota. Detroit wins the game. Minnesota would lose. They would fall to 5-7, and that would drop them below you into the standings. So now you would move up to at least the 8th spot here. So this is a very interesting day if Detroit wins the game on Sunday. Another game that has a lot of implications would be the Vegas-Washington game. If Washington loses the game, they fall to 5-7. You would then surpass them as well. And the next thing you know, so it is essentially, if Philadelphia wins the game on Sunday against the Jets and Washington loses to Vegas, Atlanta loses to Tampa. Now, those two things are highly possible. You would jump over both those teams. The question is, if Minnesota beats Detroit, which is likely, Minnesota is then 6-6. They would be a half a game ahead of you, and they would be the 7th seed. Philadelphia would be the 8th seed. Now, the other one would be San Francisco. San Francisco plays Seattle. Now, I don't see Seattle winning that game. So if San Francisco wins, that gets them to 7 wins on the season. If San Francisco wins and gets to 7, they're only a half a game behind the Rams. Who do the Rams play? Rams are playing Jacksonville, so they're not losing that game. If they do, you got big problems out there at SoFi. So your best case scenario, in my opinion, is obviously, I think the most likely scenario is this. Washington loses and Atlanta loses. Minnesota wins. Who's Carolina play? Carolina is on a bye this week, so they're not moving. They're not winning, so they can't get off 5-7. If Philly wins, they're 6-7. Man, there's a lot going on here. That's why this is so, this time of the year, it gets crazy. It's a lot of fun. Washington loses, very possible. Who's the favorite in that game? Vegas, right? So Vegas is the favorite, and Tampa's an obvious favorite. Double digit, I think. Those two teams lose, and Philly and Minnesota win. It would be Arizona 1, Green Bay 2, Tampa Bay 3, Dallas 4, Rams 5, 49ers 6, Minnesota 7, Philadelphia would be 8, and they would be a half game behind Minnesota. Now, keep in mind, Philly has a bye next week. So those half games would start to phase themselves out here after next week for Philadelphia. And you have a situation where the only other team would be the Giants this week that I didn't mention. Because if the Giants win this week, they would get to 5-7. And I don't know what 5-7 would do for the Giants. Let's see. That would put them, I believe, over Carolina. It would keep the Giants involved. 5-7 keeps you involved. because I have said numerous times that I think the number 7 seed is going to be 8 and 9. So which of these teams, Washington, Minnesota, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Carolina, New Orleans, the Giants, Chicago, who can get to 8 wins? Right now, the 7 seed Washington has 5 wins. Minnesota has 5 wins. Atlanta has 5 wins. Philadelphia has 5 wins. Carolina has 5 wins. And New Orleans has 5 wins. 6 teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 teams in the NFC have 5 wins. And they're all battling for the number 7 seed. That's what I said yesterday. It's like the Revenge of the Nerds race with the Takashi getting drunk against all the frat guys, and they're just riding tricycles around, banging into each other, falling down drunk. I mean, this has got to be one of the more pathetic races for a playoff spot of all time. David from Delaware. Mike, I'm a Steelers fan. I was just wondering, on paper, the Steelers are pretty good. So what is the problem? Off paper, it's one thing, or a combination of all sorts of things. What's your opinion? Thanks, Mike. That's David in Delaware. Tell you right off the bat, couple problems with this team. One, Ben Roethlisberger is not the same player, obviously. Ben Roethlisberger is a shell of himself. Sadly, he's a shell of himself who's better than every option they have. They have not been able to find and develop a quarterback in 20 years. Other than Roethlisberger, they have not been able to draft a guy to replace him, and that's why Roethlisberger is still their best option. Roethlisberger with half a chicken wing is better than Mason Rudolph and all these other, Dwayne Haskins that they brought in. That's how bad those other guys are. And then defensively, they just have completely been gashed and lost their heart. They gave up 41 this week to the Bengals, 41 last week to the Chargers. They have lost their identity defensively, and they have really no ability to throw the ball down the field on offense because of where Ben Roethlisberger is right now. Thanks for the question, David. If you have an NFL question, don't hesitate to send it in. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. It is a happy hour Friday. Pete Thompson is hanging out with Screwball tonight. He's going to tell you more about that. We're going to talk a little Eagles and Jets. We'll talk a little bit about Flyers on a 7-game losing streak. We got some Flyers questions coming in on the video stream today. Who will answer those? Also, we've got One Thought every game coming up tonight with Casey Joyner at 5 o'clock. 441 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday. Pete Thompson's here, and he's really having a happy hour. He's going to tell you more about that here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN as Pete Thompson is teaming up with a Screwball. And I like my Screwball with a little banana liqueur, a little peanut butter banana. Now, you can't hear the music there, PT, but a little Misunderstanding is playing in the background there.
Yeah,
How
they
about
did
that,
not
PT?
play that last night, though, at the Wells Fargo Center. I went and saw Genesis.
Yes. Now, is Phil Collins sitting down the whole time?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the only time he gets up is when he gets onto the stage. He walks when he shuffles onto the stage, and then there's some instrumental parts. They did 2 songs that were instrumental only. They did the Cinema Show, and they did Firth of Fifth, which are really old Genesis songs, and those were instrumental only. And he did the one, the Fading Lights. Cinema Show. He basically got up and went to the back, so just Mike Rutherford could take lead, and his son is playing the drums. I think it's the son Nick, but it was cool. I mean, listen, that's probably it. You would think. Phil isn't getting any younger, right? He certainly isn't very mobile, but he sounded great.
Yeah. How old's Phil now?
He
is 70, right?
70. He's exactly 70 on the nose.
I was going to say, but 70's not that old. I mean, for him to be sitting down the whole time, he looked old. When I saw some of the pictures, he looked old, man.
Well, and I think that he had some back issues. I think he had like some spinal issues. You know what I mean? I think that tour life had really beat him up pretty bad, So, if he didn't have his son around to come play drums, I don't know that he would have organized this to get back out. But when COVID happened, they were playing together, he and his son, and he kind of thought like, oh, you know what, this is kind of cool, right? And of course, I'm also thinking there's some financial reasons that he might. Let's see how many times he's been married. 3 marriages. With his most recent one ending in 2008. So, right. Yeah, you got to pay for those.
Yeah. Now, what's the story? His ex-wife left him and then got remarried. And now she's already divorced. To which I said, there must be some misunderstanding. There must be some kind of mistake.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one. So my brother wanted to go, and he couldn't go to the show, and that he was really hoping for that. But they did play Carpet Crawlers at the end, that was their closing song, and they've been playing that. So, it was a decent show. I mean, like I said, he sounded great. It's just fun to hear, Home by the Sea or Turn It On Again or, Follow You, Follow Me. I enjoyed that one a lot. A little bit of Lamb Ice Down on Broadway. Now, I think that originally was Peter Gabriel as lead singer on that. And then, Phil Collins was just the drummer at that point, Yeah. But it was cool. Listen, I had a good time, and I almost, if I could do it all over again, I would have gone tonight instead of last night because I was a little tired today at work.
Right. Well, you got something going on tonight. That's why
That is right.
You're not going to the concert, man. So tell us a little bit about the Screwball.
Oh, I'm really excited about this. I'm getting a chance to partner with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, and tonight we're going to be at Joe Canal's, the Belmar location. That's 15 Black Horse Pike in Belmar. I will be there 6:30 to 7:30, but the tasting is going to be 5:45 to 7:45. So for 2 hours, they'll be basically giving away tastes and shots of Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. And you said you pair yours with banana, right? I mean, I have to be honest. Until this idea was pitched to me, I had not partaken in the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, but I have since come around and had a taste of it, including last night. And it's great. I mean, they basically say that it's the black sheep of the whiskey aisle, right? Which makes me laugh. But, listen, it's, it has a little nutty flavor to it, and it goes smooth.
It's a smooth guy there. We had it on full display at our New Year's party last year, and it was getting passed around. The problem is it's not a Reese's peanut butter cup. It's peanut butter whiskey, but you're trying to drink it like it's a peanut butter cup because, oh, baby, it goes down nice. So I put a little banana liqueur in there because I love a nice little peanut butter banana. It almost was like a banana split sundae there, Pete.
Oh, there you go. All right. Well, maybe I'll have to try that tonight. Although, I mean, I'm I'm actually this works out well. I'm going to ride with the promotions person, Leanne, so I don't have to drive. So that works out good
I
too.
like that. So nice smooth flavor, little screwball. That's tonight out in Belmar at the
It's at the Joe Canals location in Belmar. We got a bunch of these that are going to all take place during the month of December. So keep it tuned to 97.3 ESPN for all the details and stuff. And then you see what I'm wearing. I'm wearing the Fly Guys here. And what's funny is they're so awful right now that when I was told, like, oh, we're going to be giving away a pair of Flyers tickets, my first thought was, God, is anybody going to want them? And then my second thought was, well, when's the game? The game that we're giving the tickets away to is Saturday, December 18th. And I looked it up, Mike Gill. On Saturday, December 18th, the Flyers play Ottawa. Guess how many wins Ottawa has?
I don't know, but every time I hear Flyers Ottawa, I think of them just dropping the gloves and Danny.
Oh, that epic
Brashear.
fight. That was the Ray Emery fight. That was the Razor fight. Yeah. Coatsy tells a great story about that because he was trying to get from upstairs to downstairs to interview people like post game and stuff like that. And he was trying to get from upstairs to down, and he got like kind of caught, so he wasn't able to get out. And Coatsy likes the fisticuffs as much as anybody else, and he basically had to like follow all that from like the tunnel. He wasn't in either broadcast location. He wasn't on the air while that was happening, and he always kicks himself for that.
It's Happy Hour Friday with Pete Thompson. So an article over at ESPN.com did their power rankings, plus named one player on every team that needed to step their game up. Who is Pete Thompson's Flyer?
Oh, gosh, the guy that needs to step his game up? For me, it's James Van Riemsdyk. You paid a lot of money for this guy, and he's quite frankly not getting the job done. He frustrates me. Last year he had a decent year, but it's a guy to me that, Mike, he's a veteran player. He shouldn't disappear at times like the way that he disappears at times. And the latest news was that Joel Farabee's now going to listed as day-to-day because he went into the boards up at Madison Square Garden. I mean, this is really like critical, like do or die time for them, I think. It's certainly a situation where they could go off the deep end in a real hurry. And I know that Lane Vigneault is trying to keep it together, and I know that they're trying to hold it together, but it could quickly get away from them. 7 in a row. They got to win one somewhere here. They didn't lose the Islanders because they didn't play, right? Thank you, COVID.
That question was regards to who needs to step it up. Dave Dellinger wants to know, says, I'm not sure you guys are talking about Flyers today, but what's the biggest problem going on with them, in your opinion? Is it coaching? Is it the players? Or a little bit of both?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think that, first of all, they're really injured, and I know you're not supposed to blame injuries and everybody has to deal with them and stuff like that. But, when you had Kevin Hayes go down and you had Ellis go down, those are key guys that they were counting on to contribute. And they kind of, it's interesting because Chuck Fletcher spoke the other day, and he looks at it a little more rosy, I think, than some other people do. My biggest thing is that defensively they're a mess. In their own zone, they're a mess, and the power play is awful. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they're the worst power play in the NHL, and you cannot be a good team with having the worst power play in the NHL. You're never going to go any. Plus, they play in the Metro. They play in one of the toughest divisions in all of hockey, so they got a lot going on right now, and it doesn't get any easier. You know who they play tomorrow, right, or on Sunday?
Yep.
Tampa
Bay and Tampa Bay 13-5-4, Philadelphia 8-9-4. There was a time where Philadelphia was 8-2-2 and looked like a team that was moving in the right direction. Looked like a team, Cam Atkinson. By the way, the answer to the quiz by ESPN.com was Cam Atkinson. That's the guy they said needs to step it up. But
I mean, he started off all right, but
he has not scored a goal. He has not scored a goal in this 7-game losing streak. The last game they won, he had that game winner against Calgary. That's the last time he scored.
But Cam Atkinson has 12 points. I mean, 12 points in 21 games, right? The guy that I said has played all 21 games, and he has a pathetic 2 goals and 4 assists, JVR. I'm sorry. That's a joke, dude.
Well, how about by the way, the guy that he got traded for, which was Jake Voracek, has 1 goal, but he has 17 assists on the season. Very Voracek.
So he's doing just fine in his new digs.
Well, The problem, I asked Durso the other day when he was on Tuesday, did they just rearrange the
Deck
chairs of
chairs
the
on the
Titanic?
Titanic. I heard you say that.
Basically, like they got rid of Voracek, they brought Atkinson in, and Atkinson has 7 goals, but he only has 5 assists. So they basically are like doing the same thing.
Yeah, and the trade deadline's not that far away too. So now people are starting to say, maybe finally is this the year that they move Claude Giroux? Yes, he has a no trade clause, but if they got something that he would agree to, look, you don't think Claude Giroux wants to win a cup in Philadelphia? Of course he does, but he also wants to win a cup. Period. Now he's saying I'm not worried about that, or I'm not thinking about that. I mean, they asked him about that right now, and he's going to spin it the way that Giroux does, but. I mean, they're just the only. Thank God for the Islanders, because if the Islanders weren't around,
What happened to them?
Well, they've had COVID. Okay, that's part of it. And you're right. That's the Islanders team that the Flyers they fell off the deep end in a hurry. I mean, that's how quick things can change. And second to last in the league on the power play or last. I mean, that's brutal. I thought that they had some presence against the Rangers, and then Farabee got hurt, and it just all went away quickly. No Farabee, no Derek Brassard. I mean, you can't win with your minor leaguers.
Thoughts on this, Eagles Jets? It feels like, look, we're talking about them with the final couple seconds here in our conversation. I did. Last week, they were expected to win, and it went that way, and they're expected to win again.
I mean, the game was barely done last week when I heard Ray Didinger throw out, the Eagles have never lost to the Jets. Don't start that trend now, right? Do not lose to the stinking Jets, the 3-8 Jets, the Jets that, quite frankly, they should have won both of these games, but okay, so you went up and you got away from the run game and you screwed things up against the Giants. Well, at least go up there and run the ball. I know they don't have, they got some injury issues, and they're not going to have a lot of healthy running backs, but that doesn't matter. Still run the ball as far as I'm concerned. Run to set up the pass. I'm okay with that.
Who wins?
The Eagles win. I think. And I'm going to say not like a big one, not a wide margin. I'm going to say something like, 24-10 is a pretty wide margin. That's what I'd say. 24-10.
All right. Big win for the Eagles there by Pete Thompson. All right, Pete Thompson, tell the people one more time where you're going to be here coming up in just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to be at Joe Canal's Liquor in Belmore. It's 15 North Black Horse Pike, and I'll be there from 6:30 to 7:30 with the ESPN 97.3 ESPN Prize Patrol. We're giving away a pair of Flyers tickets. Come out and sample some of that Screwball peanut butter whiskey, and check out me and Leanne. We'll be out there, and you get a little taste of the, and then maybe win some Flyers tickets. So,
well, Sacrament, the fantastic taste. I mean, again, remember, it's not Reese's peanut butter cups. It tastes just like it, so don't go crazy with it.
Right.
You're gonna love the flavor. You're gonna love the taste.
You have a little taste, and then maybe you take a bottle home. There you go.
Maybe it warms my soul on Happy Hour Friday.
It
Thinking
sure
about
does.
a little Screwball. All right, PT, you get the best assignments. I'll tell you that much.
It is a tough gig. Somebody's got to do it.
All right, that's Happy Hour Friday with Pete Thompson. And that's Screwball whiskey. Take a little swig on this Happy Hour Friday, why don't you? All right, Peter. Peter's back on a Tuesday with Thompson. We'll talk more about the Eagles and Jets and the Flyers weekend. They play the Lightning on Sunday. Sixers tonight against the Hawks. You can hear that game on 97.3 ESPN. But right now, coming up, we've got one thought on every game. My man Casey Joyner from The Athletic joins me next. 5 o'clock happy hour Friday here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Casey Joyner from The Athletic and the Philadelphia Inquirer. Going to talk a little football, one thought every game. We'll get his thoughts on the Eagles and Jets, the matchups to watch in this one as well. You can hear the Eagles and Jets right here live on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at noon with the Eagles Radio Network, followed by Merrill Reese, Mike Quick at 1 o'clock, and then we'll take you out to the Ravens and Steelers right here on 97.3 ESPN, and then Sunday Night Football, which is a flex game this week. They flexed out the 49ers and the Seahawks. They flexed in the Broncos and the Chiefs, so you'll hear that game live on 97.3 ESPN. We've also got the Saturday triple header lineup for you, which is the Big 12 Championship, the SEC Championship, and the Big 10 Championships. You can hear them all live right here. A triple header of college football for you tomorrow. Tonight we've got Sixers and Hawks, followed by, of course, it's the Pac-12 championship tonight. That's Utah and Oregon. These two teams played a couple weeks ago with Utah winning that game. Right now, we've got one thought on every game. The Eagles and the Jets this weekend. We'll take a little deeper dive into that one. And last week, Casey Joyner, we talked about it on Monday. The Eagles played a game where they were expected to win against the Giants, and they had nothing going for them. Let's look at some of the matchups here and see if we expect a repeat. Same stadium, different team, and, of course, the Jets here. Let's start with the Eagles' run game. We know they like to run. No Jordan Howard this week. They're going to go right back at it, but this Jets team, 4.9 yards per carry they give up, and I would imagine if the Eagles want to run, they will have the ability to do so.
Yeah, they should definitely have the ability to do so. I wrote something in the Inquirer this week from our article, and it talked about how the Eagles are now only the fifth team since 2000 to rush for 175 or more yards in 5 straight games. That's, this is the string that they're on. This does not happen very often. And the Jets, I do some fantasy analysis, and if you're looking at them over the past 4 weeks since week 9, they're giving up 22 fantasy points per game to opposing running backs. It's 31st in the league. They're given up in that time frame since week 9, 92 carries, 521 yards, 5.7 yards per rush, and 6 touchdowns to opposing running backs. It should easily be a 200-plus yard day for the Eagles on the ground this week. This should make it 6 in a row.
Well, I know that the Eagles like to run the ball. No Jordan Howard this week. We don't know about Boston Scott, but Miles Sanders is the back. One question I would have is the Jets not very good at defending running backs out of the backfield, but the Eagles don't seem to like to throw the ball to their backs out of the backfield.
It wouldn't be bad for them to incorporate some RPOs. And hey, can you incorporate Gainwell into the game? Can you do some things otherwise? Can you take some pressure off the backfield? Can you do some things like that? Yeah, you can. But the thing is, if you've got a team that can't stop the run, you should just keep running at them. In fact, that was the thing from my Inquirer article this week is Bill Parcells used to say that you should throw if a fastball is getting other people out, you should just keep throwing it until you get 27 out. And Parcells said it took him a little time to figure out how to be that aggressive. And Sirianni right now, he stopped throwing the fastball last week. He threw a bunch of passes when he shouldn't have. I threw 20 passes before those last 2 drives at the end of the game. And the numbers on those passes were just atrocious, especially if you take out a couple of different factors and elements. So I think they can do some certain things to incorporate some short pass running, but if a short pass game, but if I'm them, I don't really care. Put any running back in there, because when you can block as well as they can block and the defense is playing as badly as it can, you still can get 7 yards per carry on good blocking plays on a consistent basis if you just have even a subpar running back.
And I know that a lot of people like Sanders. He's the most explosive guy. But for whatever reason, it seems like Nick Sirianni, he seems to go other way. Last week, they went to Boston Scott late. I know Sanders had the ankle issue here. I guess another question you look at, Eagles offensive line, they typically win up front here. And you got this Jets defensive line. Very contrasting styles. Big, physical Eagles offensive line. Very small, quick Jets front. They get middle of the pack in sacks, but you would think they could really impose their will up front.
The Eagles, in each of these games where they're getting over 175 yards, I have a metric called good blocking rate. It measures how effective a team is at giving its ball carriers quality run blocking. Really important, because good blocking plays are 3 to 4 times, and sometimes as many as 5 times as productive as bad blocking plays. And the Eagles are getting a 50+% rate in every game. If you get that in a single game, you're doing very well. To do it this many games in a row, it's just ridiculously good. So you got to like that. I also, one other thing to point out is last week on plays when they didn't get good run blocking, the Eagles averaged 2.7 yards per carry. So when you don't do your job very well, okay, they did something, they beat a block, they did something to disrupt the play, you're still getting about 3 yards per play. So if you run on first down, you're still sitting at 2nd and 7. You're still not in a bad play, even when they're doing something to stop you. So again, if I'm the Eagles, I am trying to find a way. I'm getting warm bodies if I have to, but I've got to find a way to put 40 rushes on the board in this one.
I like that thought. And obviously, if they want to throw the ball, last week we saw and talked about Rieger got more targets, but Smith and Goddard, how do you see them factoring in this week?
Smith and Goddard. I mean, the Jets, if you look at how they do against tight ends, they've given up over the past 4 weeks, 81% completion rate, 9.6 yards per attempt on those plays. So I definitely want to start throwing some to the tight end in that case. I mean, if I'm going to throw the ball, that you can live with it. I mean, 9.6 yards per attempt is fantastic. And if you're completing 81% of your passes, that would be great. I also like vertical passes against this team too. I'd like to see get on vertical passes, get whoever you can on vertical passes, any of the receivers. You pick whichever one you want, because the Jets are allowing 14.4 yards per attempt on vertical passes, and they've allowed 5 touchdowns. They've got 2 interceptions, so you got to be a little careful. They do have some ball hawkers back there, but again, allowing a 52.9% completion rate over the past 4 weeks as well. So they've got weaknesses all over their defense. Their secondary's banged up too. I mean, they've got backups back there, and you can pick your spot. But again, if you're the Eagles, you want to be running ball as much as you can and save those throws for counterpunching. But they've been effective doing that earlier this year when they used it as a counterpunch. Against the Giants, they just seem to say, we're not going to counterpunch with it a couple of times. We're just going to go with our main course with that. You can't do that. You got to counter with that.
All right, let's take a look at the Eagles' defense. They've, when they haven't played Brady and Dak Prescott and some of the top quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, they seemingly have been okay. They were pretty good last week against the Giants. They gave up just 13 points. How do they match up? Let's start up front. The Jets' offensive line, for as bad as the Jets have been, their line's pretty steady.
It is, and they were good when they had Michael Carter in there, and they're not quite as good now because Coleman and Ty Johnson, they're not quite as good at backs. I mean, Carter wasn't a great back, but he was a guy who they felt comfortable enough to keep giving him as a lead back and wearing the defense down. So I mean, their defensive line is good. The Eagles, though, I gotta like what they're doing against running backs. Over the past 4 weeks, only allowing 74 carries, 302 yards, 4.1 yards per rush, only 1 rushing touchdown. They're a top 10 team. Those are in fantasy statistics. They're a top 10 team, but as a defense, they're top 15 team. But what I want to see the Jets do, if I'm the Eagles, fine. Shut down their run, sell out to stop the run. I want Zach Wilson putting the ball in the air. When you get a 5% interception rate, you go get 1 out of 20 passes picked. And mind you, the Eagles are showing some more ball hawking ability. They didn't have earlier this year. I think they just could get 2 picks in this one to play the cards right.
I want to ask you, because I know you watch a lot of tape, and Wilson, number 2 pick in the draft. What have you seen from him? I mean, the injury issues. He came into the league. He's an athletic guy, seemingly has a pretty good arm. But what have we seen from him? He seems like he makes a lot of mistakes, doesn't seem confident.
Yeah, he didn't. Bill Parcells had a thing called the Parcells rules, bringing him up again. And the Parcells rules basically were a set of 7 rules that he had for deciding if he wanted to draft a quarterback in the first round. If he passed all 7 Parcells rules, I did a study on the history of that, and the quarterback, their success rates were really strong. And one of the things that Parcells was looking for in the Parcells rules was quarterbacks who had played a number of years in college. He wanted somebody to, I forget, it's 32 plus starts, I believe it was. You'd have to adjust it forward now for having more games, but he wanted to see a quarterback having started for a couple, 3 years. He wanted to see a quarterback who was throwing touchdown passes. And basically what he wanted to see was a quarterback getting training in college. So when we got to the pros, we could teach you. We could, you could be getting your doctorate, as it were, in this, instead of us having to train you from scratch. And Zach Wilson, he only had 1 year in college, and it was against subpar competition, and it shows that he's still learning the game as he goes. So I think that's part of his problem, is he just didn't get enough lead time in college to be able to get to a start. So now they're essentially training him as a second-year college player.
So we bring that up because you look at the Eagles and what, early in the season, they were just getting blitzed in terms of completion percentage. People were completing passes all over the field. They've cleaned that up over the last couple of weeks here. Who are some of the guys that would concern you for the Jets if you're John Gannon?
I'm looking at since week 9. You look at some of the coverage metrics for the Eagles. These have gotten a little bit worse over the past few weeks. There was a time when these were fantastic numbers, but Darius Slay is allowing 6.2 yards per attempt. Steven Nelson 8.2 yards per attempt, 64% completion. I mean, those are not great numbers. What I really worry about if I'm the Eagles, though, is the tight ends since week 9. 30 out of their teams have completed 30 out of 37 passes. 81% completion rate, 388 yards, 10.5 yards per attempt, 4 touchdowns. I know the Jets don't have much at tight end, but if I'm the Eagles, I'm doing everything I can to make sure that I shut that element down, because I mean those are league worst numbers. They are literally the worst team in the league right now, covering the tight end. And I know, like I said, the Jets don't have much at tight end. They'd be throwing to Tyler Kroft, but Tyler Kroft, I don't want I could see him catching 6 passes for 80 yards against this defense.
All right. One thought every game. Let's take a look at this week's schedule of games and get Casey's thought on each and every game. Let's start with last night. Dallas holds on to beat the Saints. I mean, just a hideous quarterbacking performance by Taysom Hill last night, man.
Yeah, you got to feel bad for him because, I mean, you look at the numbers, okay, 260 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, with the 4 interceptions, and he did it with a busted finger. I mean, that's, you feel bad for the guy. And not only that, he doesn't have a great receiving core either, and got to give them credit, but I mean, the Saints are so banged up. You want these Thursday night games, especially a game like this, to be a marquee game, and it was another, what a bad Monday or Thursday night game.
Just, I mean, if you're Simeon on the sideline watching, the guy's got a busted finger, can't throw, and they're still not going to me. Whoo, man. That was tough to watch last night. Yeah. What'd you think of Dallas in that game? What'd you learn from them in that game?
I'd like to see them be able to run the ball more. In the first half, they had 9 carries for 18 yards between Elliott and Pollard. It makes me think, well, I know this, that their running game is not doing well because they're not run blocking nearly as well. It's no longer a matter of that they don't have the backs. I know Zeke is hurt, but okay, Pollard has shown that he can handle double-digit carries in a game if you want him to, but you can't if you can't block well. It doesn't matter who you got back there. So they need to, if they don't run block better, they're going to keep getting into shootouts when they get to face better offenses. And we've talked over the years, shootouts are 50-50 props, and they will not make it to the Super Bowl. That's the case.
All right, one thought every game. Tampa Bay heads to Atlanta. Tampa obviously trying to pull themselves out in the division. Atlanta trying to hang in this wild card race.
Yeah, Atlanta, it's bad for them because Tampa's starting to get healthy. They activated Carlton Davis, one of their top cornerbacks, off of IR. He's going back. They got Sean Murphy Bunting. I mean, they're getting healthy back there. And mind you, they held Jonathan Taylor to only 97 scrimmage yards last week and got 5 takeaways. I think they'll crush the Falcons.
All right. Another one is Arizona. Chicago seems like a mismatch. Murray back. Chicago Fields out. Also, some other injury issues there.
Yeah, Murray.
Allen Robinson.
Yeah, Allen Robinson, he's just been terrible. Mooney's their top guy. The thing for Arizona, though, is Murray actually back? It sounds like he's going to be, but it's still, they're technically saying he's a game-time decision, but they just have, and Chicago's offense, they've racked up 5 straight games of 300 or more offensive yards, so they're doing better of late. But, I mean, you're still talking, I don't think they can keep up with Arizona, even if Arizona has to put the backup on. If Murray's in there, it should be, not a runaway, but it should be convincing win by Arizona.
All right, Chargers and Bengals, a real interesting one here, because the Bengals 7 wins, Chargers trying to hang in that wild card race.
Yeah, Bengals won the last 2 games, Raiders versus the Raiders and Steelers, 73-23 score for those. They racked up 357 rushing yards and they only gave up 29 first downs and 123 rushing yards in those matchups, and they got 5 takeaways. So the Chargers I don't like where they're at because they've allowed 27 or more points in 6 of the past 7 games and 147 or more rushing yards on 7 occasions this year. So the bend but don't break isn't working for Brandon Staley's team. So I'll take the Bengals.
All right. One thought every game. Let's check out Minnesota, Detroit. I mean, this is when you start to get late in the year, it gets scary playing Detroit all of a sudden. I wouldn't want to be in Minnesota's spot, but they need this one. They're the current 7 seed.
Yeah, Minnesota would be in a tough spot if Detroit had any amount of offense, because the Vikings have allowed 31 or more points in 3 of the past 4 games and 400 offensive yards, 400 more offensive yards in 4 of the past 5. So the Zimmer didn't had problems last year on defense. Earlier this year, they had problems. They got it fixed for a time, but they're back to that situation. And they're 2-4 in shootout games this year. That's where each team scores 24 more points. The problem is the Lions haven't scored 20 points a game since week 1, so I'll take the Vikes.
All right. One thought every game. Giants, Miami, no Daniel Jones. Miami's playing much better. They're on the precipice of the wild card all of a sudden.
Yeah, no Daniel Jones. What is it? No Sterling Shepard. Probably no Kadarius Toney. Dory Jackson looks like he's out. I mean, the Giants just have just a ton of injuries. And the Dolphins have been playing lights out of late on defense. They've allowed 46 points over the past 4 weeks and 10 or fewer points in 3 of the past 4 games. And they're getting takeaways. They're doing all sorts of things very well. So I'll definitely take Miami in this one.
All right. One thought every game. Indianapolis, obviously coming off a tough loss, but that was an entertaining game. They got Houston, which seems like they are looking at the end of the calendar.
Yeah, Houston is. They've got some problem. I've been looking at this. I do a best of the. I do this podcast for the Athletic every week called Best on the Board, where we pick the best gambling picks in the week, and I picked Indy to cover the -10 ever used to, because I look at this and go, where do the Texans have an advantage in this matchup? I can't see one. They can't stop the run. They don't run the ball well. Carson Wentz, he had a bad game last week, but he's not turning the ball over like he used to. The Colts have scored 31 or more points in 6 of the past 7 games. I can't get Houston to 17 points in this game at most, so I've got Indianapolis comfortable winning.
All right, Indy, run the ball. Indy, run the ball. Washington, Vegas, both teams. Washington right now is a playoff team. Vegas is in there as well. So we've got 2 teams that really need this one.
Washington is where the Eagles should be. We've talked about that many times. It was great time the bye week. Week 9 was great, well-timed bye week for Antonio Gibson, because he had the shin injury, and now he's done a fantastic job since he come back. 436 yards in their current 3-game win streak. I mean, he's done quite well. Their defense also has done a lot better. It was terrible earlier this year. People are talking about like Monday Night Football, like, yeah, they're still bad. They're not still bad. They're playing a lot better. They're allowing they went from allowing 300 or more offensive yards in 7 straight games. Now they've got fewer than 300 offensive yards allowed in 4 consecutive contests. And the Raiders are they're Jekyll and Hyde. They play well. They don't play well. They're banged up too. So I'm going to take Washington on this one.
All right. One thought every game. Jacksonville and the Rams. Obviously, Jacksonville really struggling, but the Rams need a game to knock off some of the kinks here.
Yeah, and this is a game to where we'll learn a lot about the Rams, because this is a game that talent-wise they should win, and frankly, they need a big win. This isn't going to be like a few weeks ago, Jacksonville beat Buffalo, and it was a trap game. Buffalo had reasons that they'd be looking ahead, and they wouldn't think Jacksonville was that good. And it was a road game for Buffalo. Well, this is in Los Angeles. It's not that. The Rams need a win big time. They need a statement win. So everything about this says they should win this game by a lot. I've got them with a very high confidence level this week, but it won't surprise me if Jacksonville keeps it close, because the Rams, just something about them, they're not playing to that talent level. And I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't do it, but this week I think they will.
One thought every game. Baltimore, Pittsburgh. This one used to be a lot of fun. Pittsburgh's given up 82 points its last 2 weeks. And Baltimore's got all sorts of injury problems.
Not saying that Pittsburgh's going to do this, but one of my contemporaries at The Athletic talked about how things are going so bad for the Steelers that this could be a 5-11-1 season, that it's really that things are going south that badly. I'm getting the sense, and my kid and I are Steelers fans, so we pay a lot of attention to the team, but I'm getting the sense in watching them that I don't know that they're not starting to tune Mike Tomlin out a little bit. That Al Davis used to say that a coach had 10 good years in him, and after that, the team would tend to start tuning the coach out. And it's not a hard and fast rule. A lot of times it doesn't have it like year 12 or 13, but this is starting to look like a bit of an Andy Reid situation in Philadelphia, where it just might be time, not that he's a bad coach, but it just might be time for him to depart that team, because they've allowed 722 rushing yards over the past 4 games. They gave up 58 first downs and 82 points over the last 2 contests. Some of that is injuries, but that's not just injuries. That's just not playing quite well. I think Baltimore wins this handily.
All right. One thought every game. San Francisco and Seattle. Seattle, they've turned into a disaster, and San Francisco seemingly has got their act together. They're the number 6 seed currently.
They are, and they've won 3 straight games, scored 30 or more points in each of those contests. They've racked up 535 rushing yards in those games. They've only allowed 173 rushing yards. So they want to be a power rushing team. Eli Mitchell does very well. I think Jeff Wilson can serve as a goal line back. He doesn't need to be the lead back. They're just a good goal line back. That'll be very helpful for them. I think it'll help them absorb some of the losses. Deebo Samuel. Seattle, their offense is terrible. They had 5 straight 3-and-out drives on Monday night. It's tied for the most consecutive 3-and-outs in a single game this year. So, and San Francisco's 4-1 on the road this year too. So I'd like them to win this one pretty handily.
All right. One thought every game. Sunday Night Football. Denver's still hanging around that wild card mix. Kansas City needs this, though. They need some separation.
They do, and Kansas City's playing slugfest games. They're not getting it. I've said for a couple of years now, they don't want to get into shootouts because they're not very good at them. But the slugfest games aren't going quite so well for them either. They've scored 20 or fewer points in 4 of the past 5 games. They gave up 17 or fewer in 4 straight. That's exactly the kind of game that Denver wants to get into. So that's a situation where it could be a game where Denver can keep it close. Having said that, I just keep looking at going, okay, Denver, look at their playmakers, and I go, okay, Mahomes, Tyreek, Kelsey. All right, I can see one big play out of one of those guys, and I just don't see that same big play out of Denver. So I'll take Kansas City.
All right, that's one thought every game. Of course, the Monday night game, Casey's back on Monday. That's probably the best game on the schedule, New England and Buffalo. But before we run, we've been kind of talking about this all week. Last week, Philly was expected to win, couldn't get the job done offensively. Is there a path to victory for the Jets this week? Who do you like?
There is a path to victory if the Eagles will go back to trying to pass the football. I know that the Jets have a terrible secondary, but if you've got a quarterback who plays as badly as Jalen Hurts did last week, and you've got a passing game that does as poorly as it did last week, their numbers, again, I will go over in my Inquirer article this week, their numbers are just atrocious. I mean, not just like subpar, but as in, if you throw 29 passes and they're of this nature, you will probably lose the game, no matter how good a running game is. So that's their path to victory, is if Philadelphia passes as badly as it did, or they just get away from it. Philadelphia needs to say, we need to run the ball 40 plus times in this game. There's no reason we can't do that. And if they do, they win.
There you go. Casey Joyner likes Philadelphia, but there is a path to victory for the Jets, and you can hear that game live on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, the Eagles 11-0 against the Jets. They have never lost to the Jets in their history. So that would be a big win for the Jets if they can get. By the way, it's Howie Roseman versus Joe Douglas. You got the two former GM facing Howie Roseman. He wants to show him, hey, I know what I'm doing over here. So you got that little storyline as well. Casey Joyner, enjoy all the football. Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What are you rooting for in college? Do you want chaos or do you want the blue bloods and the big names?
I am a Michigan man, so we had a very good weekend last week, and I am hoping that Michigan upends everybody and says, hey, we're back up there. So if you count Michigan as a blue blood, and frankly, you can't have being how bad they've done against Ohio State prior to last Saturday. I don't think you can count it quite as a blue blood. I'd love to see them run the table and get there and shake things up, because I think it'd be good for college football to get some relatively new blood.
Do you want Cincinnati in, or do you want someone to hop? Do you want them to lose and someone else in there?
It'd be nice to have Cincinnati in there. I think they've earned their way in there. I think it wouldn't be a fluke team. And, we're down here on the Central Florida and UCF at a couple of times where they would have been in a playoff in a situation like this. And I'd like to see a team be able to do that. See, I'd definitely enjoy that, because I think, no disrespect to all the powerhouse teams, but we're all kind of tired of every year. We've been seeing Clemson, we've seen Alabama, we're seeing Ohio State, we're seeing all the same teams. It'd be so good for college football to get a new mix in there.
All right, that's all this weekend. It starts tonight. Pac-12 championship tonight, Oregon, Utah, and then, of course, tomorrow we got a triple header, Big 12, SEC, Big 10, all right here. Then our NFL Sunday triple header for you as well. He's Casey Joyner. He'll be back on Monday with one thought on every Week 13 game. Thank you, pal.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, there's Casey Joyner. He is off for the weekend. And, of course, we are back with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports. We'll talk a little bit about this NFC East weekend and the NFC playoff mix. We'll get his thoughts on all of that coming up next. The Sports Bash is live. And Casey Joyner's segment today is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, Inside Resorts Casino Hotel in Atlantic City. I'm Mike Gill. The Sports Bash is live on a happy hour Friday. If you have a NFL question, you can text it now at 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Get your questions in. We'll try to get as many NFL questions as we can between now and the end of the show. Jeff Kerr, NFL writer from CBS Sports. He joins me on the other side. 5:30 on the nose on a Friday night. Jeff Kerr's appearance is brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey. EMT Solar, Roofing, Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today. Learn more. Visit espnsolar.com. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Happy Hour Friday. Almost to the end of that day, so you can start your happy hour. Some of you may have already started your happy hour. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, set to join us to talk a little NFL. We want to dive into the NFC East race, the NFC playoff race, and more here on a Happy Hour Friday. Jeff Kerr joins us right now here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Jeff, what's going on, man?
Hey, Mike, just getting ready to head to MetLife on Sunday to cover Eagles Jets. CBS is sending me out there.
All right. We'll dive into that one a little bit here because last week, if you were at MetLife, you might have fell asleep. That was a snooze fest there. But this week against the Jets, if you're going to this game, you say you're going to cover the game for CBS this week. What's the top storyline in this game for you? Because it seems like, it's one of those games. It's not a rivalry game. They've met 11 times. The Eagles have won all 11. There's a bad Jets team. It's a mediocre Eagles team.
Well, everybody wants to talk about will Jalen Hurts play or won't he? I think Jalen Hurts is going to play. But if we're honest, this team can run for 200 yards against the New York Jets. The New York Jets have one of the worst run defenses in the NFL, and the Eagles have the best run offense in the NFL in yards per game. They're second in yards per carry. They're first in rushing touchdowns, and the Jets are pretty much at the opposite end of the spectrum in that. I don't care if Jalen Hurts lines up under center, Gardner Minshew, Mike Gill, Jeff Kerr. They should be able to run for 200 yards on Sunday.
All right. What is your take on the way that Nick Sirianni has answered his quarterback questions this week? Is he just trying to play coy, or is he still not sure of what he wants to do with that spot?
Yeah, I think he's playing coy. I think it's more like the Sean Payton type thing where, okay, yeah, we'll see if Taysom Hill's actually healthy or not. But all accounts, he was going to play last night. And lo and behold, that leaked to what? Maybe about 8-9 hours before the game that Taysom Hill was going to play. I think that's going to be the case with Jalen Hurts. I think we're going to get like that Adam Schefter text at like 4 or 5 in the morning saying, hey, look, Jalen Hurts is going to start Sunday. He's good to go. I mean, he's questionable, obviously, by designation. But I think unless Jalen Hurts has a major setback this weekend, which I doubt, I think he'll be good to go.
All right, Zach Wilson, let's see what we know about him. Do you anticipate John Gannon giving him some pressure to find out more about him?
Absolutely. And I think the Eagles have to pressure the Jets. They're only 21st in the league in pressure rate. They don't get a lot of pressure on the quarterback. They don't get a lot of sacks on the quarterback, which is really shocking. I know this team has not had Brandon Graham since week 2 of the season, but they still should be able to get to the quarterback more. And I think with the Jets, how banged up they are on the offensive line, how their offensive line has kind of been a disappointment this year, I think you got to send 5 or more guys against Zach Wilson. I think you got to make Zach Wilson beat you. He can beat you with his arm. He is a talent, but it just seems like any good quarterback that comes through the New York Jets just seems to have their career ruined.
Well, so far, yeah, Wilson doesn't seem like, hey, man, I'm really excited about what the future holds for this guy here because they do have a good offensive line. I mean, this is it's a steady offensive line. I mean, they're pretty solid. Barrett Tucker, who they got in the draft, he's really done a good job at guard. Font's a nice veteran presence over there. They have a decent offensive line. Carter's out here. We'll see what happens with Corey Davis. Crowder's been a pain in the Eagles' ass with Washington
Forever.
And the kid Elijah Moore. So they have some weapons here.
And they do. And, it's funny. It's a 3-8 football team. I mean, they're bad, but they're bad on the defensive side of the ball. Let's be honest. And Robert Saleh is a defensive genius, if you will. But he was really good in San Francisco because he had Eric Armstead. He had Nick Bosa. He had Fred Warner. He had those guys. He does not have them in New York right now, and that's what they have to build. I think that in the draft, they committed to the offensive side of the ball. Now, John Franklin Myers, he's a nice player. I'm glad the Jets signed him to an extension, but they got Seattle's draft pick next year. They got their own draft pick. I think the Jets are on the upswing. I think, in a way, Robert Saleh's first year is kind of like Andy Reid's first year. It looked really bad at the beginning of the year, but they're starting to play a little bit better as the second half of the season comes. But what really hurt them this year was the whole Mike White, Joe Flacco thing. Zach Wilson was out a month. Everybody thought they mishandled that. Personally, I think they want to make sure the guy's healthy because they don't want to get him killed.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, taking a look at last night, Dallas and New Orleans. I mean, pitiful game, 19 of 41 for Taysom Hill last night. I mean, that's just not an NFL offense right there. But they were still in the game. They had their chances. What's the takeaway from last night?
Well, again, the Saints really miss Alvin Kamara. That's clear as day. They haven't had Alvin Kamara the last 3 games, and their offense hasn't really been able to do anything. They can't run the ball. I mean, Taysom Hill pretty much had to beat you with his arm last night, and he did on some completions. But yeah, you're right. They had their chances. The 4 interceptions killed them. The one play I thought was the real backbreaker was the Tony Pollard 65 yards? It was around there. The big touchdown. Yeah, 68. Tony Pollard is better than
58.
58. Okay. Tony Pollard is better than Ezekiel Elliott right now. He just is. He is a dynamic force in that offense. And you saw how good this Cowboys offense can be with Michael Gallup, with CeeDee Lamb, with Amari Cooper, all healthy. And I don't even think they played that well. I thought the Saints defense did enough to keep them in that game. Their offense just can't score points.
Yeah, the Saints right now, they're in a bad way with the 2 tackles out. You mentioned Kamara. They just could not do anything last night, but they hung in that game as long as they could. Just so many turnovers. The 4 turnovers last night. Couldn't move the ball off them. The 2 plays in that game last night, I mean, they don't challenge that call.
Yeah.
They end up getting a stop, but it flipped the field position in that game. And then it didn't cost them, but that blindside block, they finally get a first down and they're moving, and then they got to go half the distance to the goal backwards.
Can you believe that was considered a blindside block like 15 years ago?
Bad.
Yeah,
so bad.
15 years ago, that is a clean textbook block.
15 years ago, every weekend, that's a clean block.
That's true, too. But you know where I'm getting at, Mike. It just feels like they changed too many rules. And sometimes I do have some sympathy for these officials because it feels like they're getting the rules changed every single year. And they get into a consistent pattern. And what happens? They change the rule again. And, again, these guys are human. But if they were full-time, a lot of these things would be answered.
John McMullen and I used to talk about this all the time. The over-legislation of the game has the officials confused at what they're doing half the time because there's too many rules. They change them so much. It's just so over-legislated. So a lot of the calls they're making, it's almost like they don't know what to do. So they just throw the flag just to be safe that they don't make the mistake because of the safety aspect as well. The guy comes right across the guy's face, though. I mean, what is the guy looking at? Like, there's a blindside block. The guy came right across his face.
You have to wonder what these guys are thinking, too, after they make the call. Because after they make the call and they see the replay, I wonder if they say, man, did I screw up there? Do I even care? I still think football would be better off if the field judge or the lead official would come up there or whoever made the bad call and just have to answer questions about what they saw.
Here's what I like in today's world. They throw the flag because of safety reasons.
Yeah.
If you're throwing the flag for safety, as fast as you can replay that, you should be able to look back and say, okay, this is what I thought I saw. I didn't see it that way. Let's pick the flag up.
We need the sky judge more than anything in football. The AAF had it right, the sky judge, and the XFL went with it, and the NFL just won't do it. They will never take anybody else's idea because heaven forbid it wasn't their own, even though the best camera in football comes from the XFL, the Sky Cam.
Let's get to Washington. They're going to play Vegas this week. They're the current number 7 seed. They're one team. They're in the playoffs right now, but I don't feel like we've talked a whole heck of a lot about their how realistic their candidacy is for the playoffs.
It's funny, Mike. You and I were kind of leaning on that the Washington train when they were 3-7. We're like, okay, they got a big win. Let's see what
over the summer. They were my team in the East.
Yeah, I picked them too. I remember I was flipping between them and Dallas. I said, you know what? I think we're gonna have a repeat champion this year. And Dallas just kind of ran away from it. But I mean, look, this is their last non-NFC East game. The rest of their year, it's Dallas, Giants, Philadelphia. That's their schedule. And they got to play Dallas twice and Philadelphia twice. It's a weird schedule for them, but they have an opportunity not just to eliminate the Eagles, but to close that gap on the Cowboys. If Dallas would have lost last night, Washington probably would have been, I don't want to say they'd be in the driver's seat, but they could control their own destiny in this thing. Now they need a little bit of help.
Yeah, they do have a shot because they have all NFC East games, so they can really make some ground up here. And this is an interesting week with Vegas. I know they're on the road. But man, what's that?
It's a tough game, and Vegas is on a 10-day rest. Vegas. I got to give them credit for everything that's going on with them. for them to be 6-5, one game out of that division, it's pretty impressive. And honestly, like the AFC's loaded. They were in the NFC. They'd be in the driver's seat to make the playoffs right now.
All right, Giants. This is really the last ditch effort for them. They got Miami this week. They got no Daniel Jones. If they win, they're still hanging around, but they got to go on the road to Miami here.
Mike, if you read my AFC ranking, the AFC teams in contention for a wild card, you know who I've been getting a lot of buzz from South Beach about? The Dolphins, because I keep saying the Dolphins have a better chance to make the playoffs than the Steelers right now because their schedule is ridiculously easy. It is very possible the Dolphins could be 8-7. It's very possible for them to get back into this thing. They got the Giants. They got the Jets. It's a very favorable schedule for Miami. Oh, and by the way, their toughest game left is a team they always seem to do well against and beat, and that's New England. So it's very interesting to see what the Dolphins do. By the way, Tua Tagovailoa is looking like an NFL quarterback.
I was impressed with him for the first time last week. I actually said that. I said, okay, he showed me something last week. I thought he played really well last week.
It's funny. Him and Jalen Hurts have both had 16 starts, and Miami's being as patient as they can with this guy. Like, I don't see Dolphins fans really wanting this guy benched, at least from my Twitter account and from Dolphins fans that, respond to my tweets. But on Philadelphia's end, everybody can't wait to get rid of Jalen Hurts. I mean, who do they think's walking through this door next year?
Yeah, the whole this mythical everybody wants whatever's behind door number 2. Let's put it this way. I love Justin Herbert. I think he's great, right? They're 6-5. I mean, you could have Justin Herbert and still be 6-5. I mean, just having this great quarterback.
It's funny. They're a way better football team than the Eagles, but yet their record isn't that much better. And maybe that's because they're in the AFC. But I digress. But they've also lost games they should have won. This is what
the Eagles. No, they beat the Eagles.
No, they barely beat the Eagles. But
they barely. Yeah, right.
Yeah, this is my big argument with all this. Everybody wants Russell Wilson. I love Russell Wilson. He's one of my favorite athletes to watch. I watch every Seahawks game because I'm a Russell Wilson fan. They stink. And he hasn't been playing too great since he came back. I don't know if that's because of the injury. I don't know if that's because of how bad their offense is. They have no run game. I mean, they're throwing Alex Collins and DJ Dallas up there. Their offensive line isn't good. Maybe Eagles fans are thinking this. Well, what if we would put Russell Wilson behind this offensive line? But the way his season is going, I would not trade a King's ransom for him right now. I trade a lot, but I wouldn't trade what Seattle probably wants for him.
Right, and you have 3 picks. Utilize the picks to get young talent. You need an infusion of young talent on this team. That's what you need. And guess what?
I don't want this team passing on the Micah Parsons of this year's draft because they want to go after this shiny quarterback. Guess what?
Agree.
You know what? You know why they had to pass on Micah Parsons this year? Because Jalen Reagor stunk. So they had to go draft Devonta Smith. And it's worked out well for him. But man, would Micah Parsons just be an absolute terror in this defense right now.
Agree. Go get a young impact player or 2 on the defensive side of the ball, and heck, maybe even 3. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Who wins the Eagles-Jets?
Should I give a prediction because I'm covering the game?
You can stay off of that. All right.
I'll stay neutral on it.
All right.
I mean, I kind of did get one for CBS if you want to go look it up, but I mean, I think we both know where I'm going with this, Mike.
Yeah. By the way, the Jets are a 7-point road dog. Is that what it is? 7?
I think it was 6.5 when I did.
Okay.
So it might have went up to 7, but
all right. That's a big number for the Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, really, honestly, Mike, when I rewatched the Eagles game, I watched it twice this week. The Eagles should have won last week by 10 points at least. Yeah. I mean, if they don't turn the football over, they do.
All right, Jeff Kerr, enjoy all the football this weekend. You will be at the Eagles and the Jets at MetLife Stadium. And, of course, you'll be back on Monday to recap that game right here on the Sports Bash. Happy football weekend, my man.
Yep, sounds great. Cannot wait to watch Pac-12 championship tonight.
Oh, yeah, tonight, yes. Oregon, Utah. I'd like to see another Utah win in that one. And then I
would too. I mean, it doesn't affect the playoff hopes, but, nope. It's still going to be a fun game.
I'm rooting for Iowa. I'm rooting for Maybe Baylor. I don't know.
Yeah, are you going to Oklahoma State? I don't know. I like Mike Gundy. I kind of want to see them make it.
Well, if Oklahoma State wins and somebody loses, they're
Oh.
probably going to get in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bama can't get in if they lose. I mean, I think Georgia gets in if they lose. But I think Georgia's the only lock right now.
Yep. And then you've got Michigan, Iowa. Oh, Cincinnati, Houston. Houston could win that game.
Yeah. I keep telling people that. I'm like, that's a game you want to watch. I mean, I don't want to see Cincinnati lose. I want to see one of these group of 5 teams break through. But, man, Houston's the one team I don't think Cincinnati wants to play.
Yeah. All right, Jeff, enjoy the weekend, man.
Yep, sounds great. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Of course, he joins us here each Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and he's brought to you by the Solar Team of New Jersey, the expert solar team, ENT Solar Roofing and Solar Guardian. Start your solar journey today. Learn more. Visit espnsolar.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. As we get ready to wrap up a happy hour Friday, I'll give you my pick for the Eagles and Jets, my game balls, and we got game night today. Mike Clay will join Josh at 6:20. Really good NFL conversation. Mike's really good, so stick around for that. Don't forget, tomorrow, we've got the locker room, followed by a triple header of college football. Big 12, SEC, Big 10, all day long. You got your football here. Sunday, we have Eagles, Jets. Actually, let's rewind that. The locker room starts you off at 10 with Billy and Pete. Eagles and Jets, Steelers and Ravens, Chiefs and Broncos. Triple header Saturday, triple header Sunday, right here on 97.3. Tonight we got the Hawks and the Sixers, followed by the Pac-12 championship. You can hear all the games live and only on 97.3 ESPN. My pick for the Eagles and Jets, it's coming up next. 5:52 on a Friday night. It's a happy hour Friday, which means you guys can enjoy your Friday with a special little something, something. By the way, some books have 6.5, some have 7. FanDuel, DraftKings, both at 7 on the Eagles and Jets. So we'll get out of here with this as we get you ready for the weekend. You got game night tonight. You got Sixers and Hawks tonight, by the way. No Tobias Harris. He's out.
Yeah, it kind of makes you feel like the Sixers might lose this game now because the Hawks are actually at the best record in the Eastern Conference at home.
Yeah, the Hawks got off to kind of an up and down start, and they're one of those teams that, much like we talked about with the Sixers recently, they've got a lot of good players, the Hawks. The Hawks have a lot of good players.
A lot of young, good talent.
Yeah, and they just can't figure out their rotation.
I think Bogdanovich is still out tonight, though. So
they won 8 out of 10. Philly's lost 7 out of 10. So, two teams going opposite direction. Right now, if the playoffs were to begin today, Sixers would be out. They would not even be one of the play-in teams.
It's a good thing you don't start today.
That's right. They were 8-2, remember, just a couple of weeks ago, and they have really had a rough stretch of games. Joel Embiid doesn't seem like himself. Said after the COVID. Now, he had that big night against Minnesota with 40 points.
But he played a lot of minutes.
He did, but he has kind of said, hey, I really got rocked by the COVID. And he's kind of saying, like, hey, I've had a little tough time coming back from it. Seen Tobias Harris hasn't been himself. Tobias Harris has not had a good year.
Tobias looks like he's playing at like a slower speed, doesn't he? Like he doesn't have the burst.
Yeah, something's not right there. I dropped my pen.
Of course you did. But no, what I was saying, I just feel like Tobias is almost like running through like mud or something at times. Like you see him like last year when he would drive, or the last 2 years when he would drive to the basket, he would have that burst on the first step. Now it seems like he's like getting beat to the spot each time.
By the way, here we go. Here's my pick for the game. Eagles 31, Jets 17. 31-17. Eagles beat the Jets. Whenever the Eagles seem to win, they seem to really dominate some of these teams. They did it with Atlanta. They did it with Detroit. I think they'll do it again here. 31-17. Just the Jets can't stop the run. Keep it simple, stupid before the break. Run the ball. Don't get guys hurt. Get to the bye with a chance to make the playoffs.
Does Jalen Hurts play, yes or no?
Yes. Game balls. Goddard, Dallas. Dallas Goddard gets a game ball on offense. My defensive game ball, we're going to go with, how about T.J. Edwards this week?
Guy's playing real well.
Tackle machine. All right. 31-17 Eagles. Game balls, Goddard and Edwards. Have a great weekend, everybody.